Till the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Welcome back to the Defense Rests, or welcome to the Defense Rests if this is your first time. If it is, supper. Oh, good morning. Yay. You guys have been MIA. How are we? Poor Teresa is home in bed with the flu. Yeah. It's been a solo week. All good. So today we are on day 3 of the bedtime murder trial with Jermaine Bass. And with the Karen Reid hearing yesterday, I was running this trial simultaneously at the same time. So I haven't actually seen day 2, where the medical examiner testified, and apparently Jermaine has now changed his defense. Instead of saying that it was an accidental discharge, he's now claiming that the son did it. So I'll be going back and watching that later. And I apologise for being so late. Tan and I have been out tonight to Tan was generous enough to buy some tickets to a true crime, what do you call it, performance stage, not stage show, but thing. So basically it was John Sylvester and Andrew Rule, and they are the guys that wrote Lead Belly, which Underbelly is based on. So it was really good to meet them and talk to them, and see, I'm not lying. We've not long got back, and I've been frantically setting up the stream and getting organised, so that's why we're late.
My fault again.
No, it's not at all. Anna says hi.
Hi.
Oh shit, is she okay, Anna?
What's the matter?
My mum had an emergency and I had to go help her out.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's been a long couple of weeks, let me just put it that way. Next topic. Yeah. Anywho, we best get moving. Get on into it. I will commentate as much as I can, and then I will just keep it running and watch from the bedroom when I get too weary. It's a mess. Honestly, she's moving. Oh, okay. So whereabouts are you? And have you copped this crazy weather that that Kentucky has copped? Because they've actually declared it as a disaster state. That's why I've been so worried about Teresa. She has been MIA all week and hadn't responded to my emails. And that's not like she doesn't miss a stream generally. So I was a bit worried. So, okay. So you are in that same sort of vicinity. Because West Virginia copped it as well. And I think some of North Carolina, was it, as well? So that's Connecticut, right? CT?
That's
Oh, and you've had flooding, yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Yep. That's where Bri lives. And I haven't seen or heard from Bri for over a month.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
No.
there either.
No idea.
Okay, where's Anna from?
Anna is in Connecticut, which is the east coast above West Virginia, sort of near Boston.
Yeah, I know we're connected.
Yep.
That's all.
Yep. And then Teresa is to the right of that. Well, sorry, you're looking at it to the left.
Yeah.
Where's Kentucky?
She's in Kentucky.
Yeah. They're all pretty much on the
I'm
east
just trying to
coast.
get the time zones right. So
And
that when I
then
do this cheat sheet up.
Udahef is down in Florida, in
Yeah.
West Palm Beach. Sweet. All right. All right, let's get on to it. Let's do it, shall we? Let's pluck this chicken. There we go. And ready, please, Mr. Music.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Corporal Michael
Wait, please,
Gabot. Last name is spelled
Ready,
Gabot.
Mr. Music. Where's my sound?
And Corporal, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Hillsborough.
Right. Okay. Let me see. Aha. Okay, that should work.
County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
A little bit more than 14 years.
Yes, they are okay. Tricia's got the flu and Elizabeth is good. I've spoken to them both now, so I'm good. Panic averted.
And your current position is what?
I'm a supervisor in District 4, which is our southern Hillsborough County area.
Back in August of 2022, what was your position at that time?
And have you seen any of this trial at all? Do you want me to give you a quick rundown of what I can give? Because as I said, I didn't see yesterday. So it's Jermaine Bass, the father of these two children, is claiming that, well, one was 8 and one was 5. They both had gunshot wounds to the head. The daughter had a gunshot wound directly between on her forehead, basically. And I think there was a couple of others that were superficially, just from recollection. The son also had a bullet wound to his head, but survived. The daughter didn't. So the weapon belonged to the father, and he was claiming that it was an accidental discharge. He's been charged with 2 counts of unaliving. Oh, sorry, 1 count of unaliving and 1 attempted. And now apparently he's changed his defense strategy or position and is claiming that the son did it. So we'll see how that unfolds. We're actually going to do a deep dive on it on the podcast on the weekend. So if you've missed any bits, that'll catch you up and fill you in.
Detective assigned to the HCSO homicide unit.
Right. And at that time, about how long had you been working with the homicide unit?
I believe at that point I'd been working with the homicide unit approximately 4 months.
Do you want to?
And now you're a corporal. Is that
Did you know?
considered a promotion within the sheriff's office?
It is.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
as a homicide detective, what were your general duties at that time?
I can put the
May I explain?
Sure.
So homicide detectives assigned to the homicide unit at the time that I was there had various duties. Those included death investigations of natural deaths, suicides, overdoses, homicides, kidnappings, and other violent crimes. Homicide lead investigators, those were people that were assigned to investigate actual murder investigations or homicides of any kind. There are typically 3 roles in those sort of incidents. There's a lead investigator who's assigned by a supervisor to oversee an investigation. Their job is to draft affidavits, oversee and summarize the investigation for the attorneys, provide presentations, and conduct most of the interviews. There's an assistant detective whose job is to assist the lead detective. They're supposed to know as much of the case as they can.
All right, I have to tell you a funny story. Sorry. Tan and I decided that after the show, we would go and have a bit of a flutter on the pokies.
That was screwed.
Yeah.
Asshole things.
Of course, we lost our money, but we actually at one point we were up, I think, $80 because we won the free spins, and in the middle of the three spins, we were one off winning like another set in it, and it was my turn to press the button, and I thought, right, I'm going to do this a different way. So I teabagged the button and we won.
There's a burner to go.
So funny.
I'd have to lay flat on the
And then we got
goddamn
told off for laughing to death.
thing. We did.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
Sorry.
In
Yep.
case something happens to the lead
True story.
detective, they're incapacitated or unavailable. And then there's typically going to be a crime scene detective. The crime scene detective's role is to manage crime scenes for these types of incidents. So maybe there's 2 crime scenes. There may be 2 crime scene detectives. Any other roles outside of those are going to be ancillary duties assigned at various people within the division.
All right. Now, in the death of Jayla Bass, were you given any particular assignment?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
All right. When did you first receive the call about the shooting?
I believe I received the call on August 29th, 2022, sometime during the late evening.
All right. And what did you do upon receiving that call?
I ultimately responded to the area of the incident scene.
Were you provided
Good
on the
moment,
way
Tom.
there any information regarding the call or regarding anything like that?
In my initial receipt of the information for the call, regarding my response, I was informed that the shooting involved potentially an accidental shooting where 2 children were shot at a residence within our District 1 area, which is in the north part of Hillsborough County.
All right. Were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
All right. And did you hear that before you went to the scene or on your way to the scene?
I reviewed a 911 call as I responded to the scene, so prior to my arrival.
All right. What did you do when you got to the scene?
When I got to the scene, I met with my supervisor at the time, which was Corporal Florio, now Sergeant Florio, other detectives, and the deputies on scene, and I ultimately reviewed some body-worn camera.
And do you recall whose body-worn camera you reviewed at the time?
Deputy Scott Rainey.
All right. Did you go into the apartment at that time?
I did not.
All right. What did you do next?
After reviewing the body-worn camera and receiving my assignment as a lead investigator, I responded to Tampa General Hospital.
And why did you go out to Tampa General Hospital?
I was informed that Jayla Bass was
Without telling us what you were informed, what was your purpose in going to the hospital versus staying at the scene?
I responded to the hospital to check on the victims.
Okay. When you got there, were you able to check on the victims?
I was.
All right. Who else were both victims there, or were they in separate hospitals?
Both victims were in the same hospital in separate rooms.
Okay. By the time you arrived there, was Jayla Bass pronounced deceased?
She was.
Okay. Was Jermaine Bass, the son, was he still alive at that point? Obviously.
He was.
Okay. And what was his condition when you got there?
He was incapacitated in a hospital room.
Okay. Was he awake, coherent, anything like that?
He was not awake. He was alive. I could see an obvious wound to his head, but he was unresponsive.
Did you see anyone else there while you were there?
Yes, I interviewed the mother of the children, Shirley Bass, in the presence of her sister.
And how was she? What was her demeanor at that time?
She had just been informed at the time that her child was deceased, that Jayla Bass was deceased, and she was very difficult. She was very difficult to interview. She was crying.
why.
She was in the process of what I determined to be grieving at that time.
You think? Oh, shit, Sherlock.
So what did you do next?
What did I do next from the
From
hospital?
the hospital, did you, after the hospital, where did you go?
I responded back to the area of the incident scene.
Okay. And what did you do when you got back there?
At that point, there was a search warrant that had been authored for the residents. Detectives and crime scene investigators and other personnel from HCSO were inside of the residence. So I entered into the residence, met with personnel inside of there, received a brief walkthrough, and assisted with a search of a bedroom.
All right. And the search of which bedroom did you assist with?
It was the bedroom that was identified as belonging to the parents.
Now, the jurors that by this point have now seen plenty of pictures of the residence and know, so they're familiar with the room you're discussing. Can you tell us what you did as far as assisting in the search of that particular room?
Primarily, I assisted with a search of the closet.
Okay. Were you there when the drawers, the dresser drawer was searched, the silver dresser?
I was in the room when it was searched.
All right. And were you there when the firearm was recovered?
I was.
All right. And did you see them remove the firearm from the actual dresser?
I did.
When the firearm was removed, were you able to observe whether or not it was loaded with any bullets?
It was not loaded.
All right. Was the magazine within the firearm at the time that it was removed from the dresser?
I believe it was separate from the firearm. I don't recall specifically.
Were there any other live rounds within that magazine?
There were not.
What type of firearm was this?
It was a Glock 42 firearm.
And what type of bullets does the Glock 42 take?
It fires .380 auto caliber ammunition.
Is this a common type of firearm?
Relatively common, yes.
What type of firearm like is issued for the sheriff's office?
The sheriff's office has issued Glock 45 as the primary duty weapon, which fires 9mm.
Which one is a stronger caliber, or does it matter?
Relevance? Overall.
So the 9mm and the .380 caliber use the similar size projectile. It's approximately a .357. But the 9mm has a larger case with more powder in it, and therefore it's a higher charge version of a .380.
Now, after searching the home, did you have what was your next involvement with the investigation?
I responded to the District 1 office where the defendant was.
Okay. Did you obtain a phone while you were at the residence?
I was informed that personnel at the scene, conducting the crime scene, handling a documentation and capture of evidence, did recover a phone.
Okay. Were you able to determine what the phone number was for that phone?
Yes, I was.
All right. And after obtaining that number, did you do anything with that information?
Yes. Detective Vertu, who was my assistant detective, completed an initial request for call detail records with the phone company, which was T-Mobile. And then later, ultimately, I completed a search warrant for a more detailed information related to that phone number.
Did you ever receive a return of those call detail records?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29 and ask you if you can look at that. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And are those, in fact, the call detail records you received as a result of your subpoena?
They are. Or it was from the search
Or
warrant.
from the search warrant? Judge, at this time, I would move to have State's Exhibit number 29 admitted into evidence.
They'll be received.
All right. And do these phone records give you or indicate who the owner of the phone number is?
They do.
All right. And in this particular case, when it says subscriber named Jermaine Bass, is that in fact who the owner of that phone number is based on their records?
Yes, it is.
And the phone number we're discussing, is that it right there, 813-696-7195?
It is.
Right. What does the call detail record give you? What information does it tell you?
So a call detail record is a record provided by the phone company, which because a phone company requires a lot of information to provide that customer service, when they have a connected phone, that phone oftentimes connects to a tower to complete the service call or the internet connection that's required to provide the service that the customer requests. So some of the information that's captured in a call detail record may be location data. It may be numbers called, whether that call was incoming or outgoing, the duration of the call, what type of call it was. For example, an SMS may be considered a part of a call detail record or a text message. An MMS or a picture message may be part of a call detail record, or an actual voice call may be a portion of a call detail record.
So it will give you indications of when phone calls are being made from that phone, as well as when they're being received.
Correct.
All right. And on when you get these records, on what timeline are they set?
They're set on UTC, which is a universal time that's consistent across all time zones.
Okay. So what is our time in relation to UTC time, the Eastern Standard Time?
Depending on the time of year, we're either on Eastern Daylight Time or Eastern Standard Time. At the time of this incident, we were 4 hours behind UTC.
Okay. So the times that are printed out on this call detail record are 4 hours ahead of what our actual time is. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention. Let me, before I do that, Corporal, do you recall when the 911 call was received regarding this incident?
It was received on 8/29/2022 at 10:33 p.m.
10:33 p.m. Okay. Now I'd like to direct your attention to the very last line on this particular form. It indicates an outgoing call on August 30th of 2022 at 02:34:58. What time is that? Would that time be here in Tampa at that moment?
That would have been 8/29/2022 at 10:34 p.m. with 58 seconds.
So that would have been approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the 911 call was made in this case. How long after the 911 call would that have been?
Sometime between 1 and 2 minutes after the initial 911 call.
All right. And what is that call, if you can tell the jury?
That is an outgoing call to phone number 813-516-3376.
All right. And that is an outgoing call, meaning someone made that call from that phone at that time.
That's correct.
Now, can you tell whether or not that phone was answered?
From the duration of the call being 5 seconds, even though the call says it's completed successfully, in my experience as an investigator, that typically means the call was not answered and it went to voicemail.
Okay. Were you able to determine who that phone number was that he was calling?
I was.
And whose number was that?
It was LaQuanza Thomas, who is Jermaine Bass, the defendant's mother.
Did you ever receive any video from the location?
Yes, there was video surveillance recorded from a residence that was sort of across the street from where the incident occurs. A residence, I believe, was 13937 Heritage Club Drive.
All right. And did the sheriff's office obtain that video, that surveillance video?
They did.
And did you notice anything of interest on those videos?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you see?
There's vehicles that are seen coming and leaving, and then returning to the area of the incident scene prior to the 911 call being received. And those two vehicles are going to be determined to be Shirley Bass's vehicles. She owned both of them.
Okay. Okay, and so what two vehicles did she own?
She owned a Mercedes C300 and a Nissan Titan pickup. Both of them were white.
Sorry, Corporal, I got the wrong. And does this video show where those two vehicles were parked?
It does.
Okay. And you're able to see and were you able to determine whether the time was accurate on the videos?
Through the other detectives, yes, I was.
Okay. And did you in fact learn that it was a minute behind?
Yes.
Sorry. All right, so I've now put in state's exhibit number 6, which has already been admitted into evidence. And I'm going to go through some of these with you, some of these videos. So I'm going to start with the first video that is an MP4 file dated 9/1/2022 at 8:07 a.m. Now, if you could, I'm going to pause this real quick. If you could, Detective or Corporal, could you stand and show the jury so that they can see where the vehicles you are referring to are located? And if you can describe it so it's clear for the record.
They're going to be to the top right of the screen, and the white vehicle, the white pickup truck here is going to be Shirley Bass's Nissan Titan, and the vehicle just to the left or to the right of it, from the perspective of the vehicle, left of it on the screen, is going to be her white Mercedes C300.
Okay. And the time on this is August 29th of 2022, and it's at 6:05:48, which we now know is actually 6:06:48, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what do you, in this particular video, is this where you observed them or observed her leave?
This is the video where we observed I observed the white Mercedes C300 leave. Okay, we're going to move through this because it's somewhat lengthy, but we're going to kind of guide through it until we get to that location. All right. So, Corporal, we did see on that video what appeared to be that Mercedes that you pointed out earlier pull away. Is that what you were notifying or explaining to the jury? That's correct.
Okay. So now let's go to the next one. No, I think we, yeah. All right, so now I put up the second one on the list, and this one is now at 18:56, which is in our term 6:56 p.m., but it's a minute behind, so it's actually 6:57 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And what are we looking at here around this time? What of relevance comes up in this particular video?
So in this video, in approximately 8 minutes, the Nissan Titan door is going to open and the vehicle is going to drive away.
All right, and that's the truck you were referring to earlier.
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you want to do me a favour, sweetheart?
Yeah.
You grab the popcorn in my bedroom. Mm.
All right, so we just observed that Nissan truck, and that is at 19:04:30, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 7:04:30 p.m., which we now know is 7:05:30 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Detective, real quick, because we just kind of looked through that. You've watched that video before, correct?
I have.
Do you see anyone get into that in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Nothing.
I actually really like what they've done with this trial. Have you noticed that all the witnesses are black screen behind them?
That I can see from the video.
Even the third one. All right, we're going now down to the third video.
I forgot to mute. Yeah. As you look at it when they open it up to the courtroom, it's not black. Why have I got lag? I got lag. I got lag. Oh, because I'm downloading. Okay. Better do it.
No, it's the wrong one.
Hmm?
It's the wrong one.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's what you told me.
Oh, so do I. Yes, I agree.
Now they're looking the drop through.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've opened it up.
Yeah, you said
Yeah. What are we waiting for? Come on, people. Chop, chop. L. I don't want to look at his face.
Oh.
I've got better things to do. Ah, I got lag again. L. Mhm. How about we do this? Start. Right then. Oh, did he go and come back?
We'll figure out why this gets
Ah.
playing. That's what, like, for people who are not on military time,
It's going to be 10 p.m. on the video.
okay, and which we know now is 10:11 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Detective, real quick, what do we see in this video before? Oh, hold on, just go ahead.
He's cut that.
That's why I stopped.
Making my teeth squeak. Yep. You did a crappy job of opening the packet, that's for sure.
Now, Corporal, in this video, we see that truck that you described earlier coming in. Was that the significance of this video?
It was.
And again, in watching that video, do you ever see any children or anyone get out of the passenger side or anyone else get out of the vehicle other than the driver?
Yeah, you have Jack to the Corporal Mary in the video. Right, the world.
I do not.
All right, I'm now going to the fourth one. That's labeled 8/30/2022, 9:09 a.m. Right, Corporal, what
What
is
is
the
it,
time?
nearly
on this
11 there,
particular
Anna?
video at this point?
It's going to be 10:18 p.m. with 34 seconds on August 29, 2022 on the video.
And what's the real time on that?
It's going to be 1 minute ahead of that approximately. So it's 10:19 and 34 seconds.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's not too bad. It's not, I think it's all right.
Yeah, he reckons he's going to get away with not wiping the walls down. Yeah. Is it still smelling there?
Not as bad as it is. Never I've been in it before. Just helping on the break.
Corporal, just for where are we looking at here?
You're going to
So
be
the window
looking
still?
just to the right of that Titan,
Uh-huh.
to the left of it in the video, but to the right of it physically to the vehicle, which is where Shirley Bass's Mercedes is going to pull back in.
Corporal, while this is playing, where is their front door in relation to where this video is?
It's just off camera to the right.
So somewhat behind that Nissan truck on the video?
Correct. It's in the video would be in the area behind the truck, sort of obstructed by
I
the
don't you
leaves
know where
of the tree.
Elizabeth lives? Is it
Yeah.
South Carolina or I can't remember. I can't keep track, y'all. I only remember where Ahab lives because of
That's exactly.
the cyclone. Although
Now we're going to the fifth one down the line.
Yeah.
Now, what's the time on this one?
This is going to be 10:26 and 59 seconds on the video, or 10:27 approximately and 59 seconds in actual time on August 29th, 2022.
So this is approximately 5 or 6 minutes after we just saw the last video.
Compared to the last video, it's
Right.
approximately 4 minutes
Another
at this time.
4 minutes, okay.
Yeah, I think she's in South Carolina. I think she's somewhere between Felicia and Dave in West Virginia. I think.
So Detective, we've moved forward a little bit on the video. We're now at what would be 10:30, 37 seconds, or 10:31 in real time.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Well, that'll be good, Steve, doing those videos. Saves me a job.
Yeah.
Mm. And if he's
Detective, it's now 10:33:10. We see an individual walk past. Did you ever identify who that individual was?
I did it.
And who was that?
why
It
is
was
Papa
Shirley
so
Bass.
It's funny, Shirley Bass. Every time she says that, I think of Shirley Bassey. What are you doing? Dad, what are you doing?
Just worked out like I just read for it.
Corporal, while this is playing,
Ah.
where
Oh,
the
yeah,
individual
hands
you
me.
identified as Shirley Bass walked to, the individual known as Daquan Evans who called 911, does he live back in that location where she was walking towards?
Yes, he does.
What was she doing? Who the fuck's that? Who doesn't have audio on their ring camera?
Oh, some of them don't. Check it one.
Yeah. This one doesn't. What's she pacing backwards and forwards?
Corporal, we're at 10:34:06, and it appears she has something in her hand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's up to her ear. Is it the phone?
Correct. It looks like she has it at one point, at some point out at her ear, and then at some points in her hand, and she's looking down at it.
But I didn't think she had her phone. Why did she go to the neighbour to ring 911? This is not making sense to me. This is why I don't like running two trials at once, because I can't concentrate on two things at the same time. And my multitasking is shit. I'll put all my attention into Karen Reid hearing. I'm gonna have to lay in bed and watch the
Remember one
whole
was the last one?
day too, right? Oh,
What time are we at here?
This is going to be 10:35 and 26 seconds on August 29th, 22nd on the video. However, it's approximately 1 minute later also, so approximately 10:36 p.m. and 26 seconds.
well, that must be the defendant. Chicken. Could he pull his hands up any higher? Just about giving himself an atomic wedgie.
Corporal, we see an individual walking around out there. Were you able to identify who that was?
The person at the far end or the person closer to the tree?
Closer to the tree right there.
I'm not aware if that person was identified personally.
And what do you say the person at the far end?
There's a person walking around near the area where Shirley Bass is, C300 is, and I believe that's Shirley Bass.
He's walking off down the street.
All right, Corporal, we are now at 2241 or 1041, which I guess would be 1042. What do we see happening here in the corner up there?
This is capturing the arrival of law enforcement, the first law enforcement officers who arrived at the incident scene.
And do we see the law enforcement interaction with Ms. Bass at that time?
We do.
Oh, so that's after.
Yeah. All right, Corporal, you had reviewed those videos back when you obtained it, correct?
Correct. When the sheriff's office obtained the video, I was able to review it.
Okay. Now, the person you identified as Shirley Bass, how long would you say, or how long were you able to time how long it was when the Mercedes arrived to when she's observed walking out of the house and walking around the parking lot?
All right, overall.
It's approximately 8 minutes.
Okay. So what did you do next in your investigation?
So I forget what was our last discussion point was as far as where we were.
You had obtained these videos and observed the videos.
So after observing the videos, in addition to what we've discussed about search warrants, I conducted additional interviews with Shirley Bass.
Okay.
I obtained a search warrant for a buccal swab for the defendant.
All right. Did you learn where Miss Bass had been earlier in the evening?
I did.
And
Objection hearsay.
Not to that question. Overruled.
And based on the information you learned about where she had been, did you follow up on that investigation?
I did.
And were you able to confirm that she was at the location that was identified?
I did.
And did you speak to people who were at that location who were there when Ms. Bass was there?
I did.
All right. So where were you able to, the location that she went to, were you able to determine what that location was?
I did.
And what was that?
It was the Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the West Shore area.
Now, did you ever obtain video that showed the Nissan truck after it left and pulled out on that in the first video we saw, or second video?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you obtain? What did you use to obtain video to show where that truck had gone?
It's going to be called our HCSO Ion Crime System. The Ion Crime System is a series of cameras strategically placed throughout the county. Some cameras on the Ion Crime System are just cameras. They just record a feed that is captured for a certain period of time in accordance with the law. However, some of those cameras include tag readers, so they're license plate readers or LPRs. Not all camera, not all intersections include a license plate reader. However, in the District 1 area, in the direction that a vehicle would typically travel to get from the Bass residence at the time to the West Shore area, there were at least 3 intersections that included cameras.
Okay. I'm publishing now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 8 that's been admitted into evidence. The first video I'm going to show, it states Fletcher, North 15th Street, F-160 enter. What are we going to see in this video?
This is going to be, if the order is correct, as I recall, this is going to be a daytime video where the sun is out, and you're going to see the white Nissan Titan, which is clearly identifiable via it's lifted, it's got marked wheels, the features match Shirley Bass's vehicle,
You're not well.
and it's going to be traveling westbound on Fletcher towards the
Was it
Interstate
mine?
275.
It's gonna look thrown off. Okay, so up guard is.
Hang on.
So just to orient the jury, that was Fletcher Avenue that we're looking at?
That's correct.
Okay. And you see that truck going towards from the right of the screen to the left of the screen. Is that the westbound direction?
That is.
And that would be heading towards the interstate.
That's correct.
I'm not sure if these are in the exact right order. So I'm going to play the next one. It says 15th Street pole. All right, Corporal. So once again, we observed that truck you described crossing through. Is this from that same intersection?
It's the same intersection. However, this camera is pointed north on 15th Street.
Okay. And so, again, the directionality of that truck on this would be heading west towards the interstate.
That's correct.
All right, I'm gonna save that one. Let's go to. All right, what are we looking at here?
I believe this is 22nd Street, which is to the east. So it is actually going to be slightly before, and it's also going to be the Nissan Titan traveling westbound.
All right, let me play it again. So just so for the jury, where is Fletcher Avenue on this?
Fletcher Avenue is the main road that's going from left to right, and then 22nd Street is the road that's going this is Fletcher Avenue going left to right, and this is 22nd Street.
And which direction is west for the jury?
West is this way towards the left.
Okay, I'm gonna replay that one since we didn't know that ahead of time. So. Sorry. All right, go to the next one. All right, I'm gonna pause this real quick. And what are we looking at here again?
This is just the same intersection, same time, just another camera also pointed. Actually, I believe this camera may actually be pointed southbound.
All right, so I paused it at 22 seconds into this, or I'm sorry, 11 seconds into this video. We see a vehicle near the Exxon. Is that the vehicle in question that we're talking about, the Nissan truck?
It is, and I misspoke earlier. This camera is pointing northbound.
Okay. And so that Nissan truck would be heading in a westbound direction,
That's correct.
which would be towards the interstate.
That's correct. And this is before the prior video we saw from 15th Street, approximately 1 minute.
Okay. All right, now I'm going down to the one that says Fletcher, Nebraska. Oh, this didn't load properly. All right, it didn't load exactly properly, but what were we looking at in that video? And this is a video that says 9/2/2022 at 9:29 a.m. It says EOC Fletcher, Nebraska. I'll play it again, see if it loads right. No, for some reason it's not loading. Let me pause it right here though. Where are we looking at from this video, from what you can see from that part of it?
This is the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Nebraska Avenue. This is going to be west of 15th Street and even further west from 22nd Street. This is approximately one traffic light or intersection before the highway for Interstate 275. This camera is pointed south. Fletcher Avenue is the main road where that silver vehicle is now traveling east on, and the vehicle in question is going to be traveling west on Fletcher Avenue.
Okay, so it would be going on this video left to right on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, we just saw it. Was that what we saw past the Nissan truck?
That's correct.
Now, those were from earlier in the day. Did they correspond and match the times that you recovered those videos from the time that that you observed the Nissan truck leaving the residence at Heritage Club?
The times that we see the vehicle on the Eye on Crime cameras traveling westbound were consistent with the vehicle leaving from the Heritage Club apartment complex and traveling west towards Interstate 275.
Did you obtain video from later in the day showing that vehicle coming in the opposite direction?
Yes, we did.
Not sure why this computer is giving us. Try to play it again. Not sure why it's not loading properly, but. All right. At that point in time, we just see a white Nissan truck go by. Is that the truck that you are identifying as being the defendant's?
It is.
Okay. And what do you recall what time it was that this was taken from the poll camera?
This is 22, I believe, 11 hours, so 10, 11 p.m.
Okay. And in this video, that truck is heading eastbound. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that would be back in the direction of where Heritage Club Apartments is?
That's correct.
And does that match up with the time that the truck is actually observed coming back into the apartment complex?
Yes. As part of my investigation, I conducted a query of the approximate timeline it would take to arrive from the intersections where we see the Nissan Titan during that date and that time and that approximate traffic pattern. And it was consistent with the arrival time that we see the Nissan arrive back to the apartment complex.
Finally, the last video, if it loads properly, we'll see. No. All right. All right. Well, I think the jury understands, and so they'll have this back to look at. After obtaining the call detail records, do you obtain a, are you able to learn or follow where that phone goes throughout that evening?
As part of the receipt of the call detail records pursuant to the search warrant that I authored and was sent over to T-Mobile, I received some location data, which was for the travel location approximate to the cell phone.
Okay, and where did, well, someone else will testify to that, but you, did it confirm that in fact, the vehicle, when the time the vehicle leaves, does it appear that the phone leaves as well?
Sustained.
Did you observe the map of the location data from where the phones were on that day?
I did.
Okay. And did you compare it with the video that you have of when that Nissan truck, Nissan Titan leaves the residence?
I did.
Okay. And then with the location of travel, did the defendant's phone appear to match the location of travel of the Nissan Titan?
Same objection. Sustained.
Did the phone in question, the defendant's phone that you obtained those CDR records from, did it appear to ping or be at location or near location of West Shore?
Same objection, lack of foundation. Sustained.
Corporal, did you what did you do with the firearm that was obtained in this case?
That firearm was sent off to FDLE at the time of the initial investigation to FDLE for comparison to the shell casing for carbon dating.
All right. And did you receive a report back on that?
I did.
All right. Did you submit any swabs to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
We did, yes, we did.
And as the lead detective, you know what evidence is being submitted, what evidence is not being submitted, and so forth, correct?
That's correct.
And you can make a decision of what evidence to submit as well, correct?
That's correct.
And did you submit the swabs from the firearm?
Yes,
And did you obtain any information back from those swabs?
yes, I did.
Based on that information, what did you do after that?
I completed, based on the conversation I had with the FDLE personnel responsible for overseeing that submission and the ultimate report, I completed a search warrant for Jermaine Bass, the defendant's DNA.
Okay. And did you submit that?
I did.
All right. And did you obtain a result back from that?
I did.
Based on the results you received from FDLE after the submission of the buccal swab of the defendant, Jermaine Bass, what did you do after that?
I made a determination that I should also write a search warrant for Shirley Bass's DNA.
And did you submit that as well?
After receiving the DNA, I did submit that as well.
Did you receive a return from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement regarding that submission?
I did.
What did you do based on the return from that submission?
I sought to obtain the DNA from Jermaine Bass, and I also submitted the DNA for Jayla Bass. Jermaine Bass, when I say Jermaine Bass, I mean Jermaine Bass, the victim in this case, often referred to as JJ.
And for JJ, when you obtained the buccal swab, did you in fact go there yourself personally and meet with JJ and obtain the buccal swab?
I did.
And explain to the jury real quick, how does a buccal swab work? How do you do it if you're obtaining it?
Once a court order is signed and I'm authorized to, HCSO is authorized to obtain a buccal swab, I will don a fresh pair of gloves, get my my actual swab, which is a buccal swab. It's sort of like a long Q-tip, if you will. I meet with the person who's providing the sample. I will take the swab, 2 swabs come in 1 pack. I will then insert the swab into that person's mouth, swab both of the sides of the inside of their mouth myself, instead of having them do it. I will then package the swabs into their original packaging and pound them into evidence within an envelope.
Did you do anything else in this investigation?
There was an additional submission I submitted for the firearm recently, which went to our internal HCSO lab for the similar comparison that FDLE completed.
Anything else that you did, that you recall?
Additional interviews and additional submissions, evidence impounding, and things of that nature, mostly administrative.
All right. Did you ever obtain the defendant's phone? Oh, you did, correct? You testified to that earlier. Were you able to download the phone and to review its contents?
The phone was downloaded, however, there was no data, usable data on the download.
Okay. Judge, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'll pass the witness at this time.
Morning, Corporal.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Very good.
All right. As you indicated to Mr. Terry, you were in fact the lead detective in this case.
That's correct.
You were with homicide at the time. Since then, you were promoted, and now you're a corporal.
That's correct.
All right. So I want to talk to you first about contact that you had with Shirley Bass throughout this case. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, the first time that you had, and correct me if I'm wrong, the first time you had contact with her would have been at Tampa General Hospital on August 30th of 2022 when she was with her niece, China Gadsden.
That is incorrect.
What do I got wrong?
It was at Tampa General Hospital. However, she was with her sister, Marlene Gadsden.
Okay, so and what date was that?
That was the same day,
Oh,
August 30th, 2022 in the morning.
so the date is correct. It's just not China Gadsden, it's Marlene.
That's correct.
Now, at that time, you took an interview of Shirley and asked her questions about what happened, correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me? You asked pretty extensive questions, and it was not a short interview, correct?
Correct. The interview was approximately 1 hour long.
Now, is the next contact going to be on August 31st of 2022? You had made some phone contact with her to have her come back to the hospital because you had went to TGH and she wasn't there. Do you remember that?
Yes, the next day I responded to Tampa General Hospital in the morning, met with Marlene Gadsden, who advised Shirley Bass had stepped out. I met with hospital staff who confirmed she had stepped out. So I arranged to meet her later, or I responded later in the day, met with her, and conducted a second interview later in the day.
Okay. And in fact, hospital staff has Miss Bass leaving the hospital much earlier than what Marlene told you,
Just
correct?
looking at Carol from the email.
The hospital
yeah.
staff had
Harvey
her
Bay,
leaving
yeah.
at approximately 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, and Marlene gave you a much later time.
Marlene, I believe she told me she stepped out for fair.
Sure.
Yeah. 270 return. That's cheap
Yeah, that is.
to Harvey Bay.
Mm.
Second interview with her that day.
That's correct.
Was anybody else present with you in the room as for the first interview? Anybody present?
In the first interview, present total was me, myself, Detective Vertu, as the law enforcement investigators, and then Shirley Bass and Marlene Gadsden in the room, in that family room within Tampa General Hospital.
And then for the second interview, who's present?
Present with me during the second interview was Detective Brunel, who was another detective in the homicide section at the time of the sheriff's office, and Shirley Bass, and then a CPI was in the interview the entire time. However, during the interview, at some point for victim services, one of the victim specialists came in the room.
Okay. And that was pretty extensive as well, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, I have the third interview being the next day, September 1st of 2022. You had received a surveillance in this case, some of the surveillance we have looked at today, and you had some follow-up questions you wanted to ask Ms. Bass, correct?
That's correct.
Right. That's a shorter interview. That's brief.
Comparatively, yes.
Right. Okay. During the course of this investigation, you found Shirley Bass difficult to reach on the phone if you tried to call her, correct?
At times, yes, she was very difficult to reach on the phone.
Okay. Now, the next contact I have for you, Corporal, is the execution of the search warrant that you got for Shirley's buccal swab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I have that date as May 7th of 2023.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you got the buccal swab from Miss Bass pursuant to the court order, and you asked her more questions, and you spoke with her about DNA and things like that.
I don't recall the substance. I executed the search warrant. I don't recall much more from the conversation.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So the search warrant that you got for Shirley's buccal is going to be similar to the same procedure you would use for a search warrant for Mr. Bass.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also indicated you submitted Jayla's known profile.
That's correct.
Right? And also when it came to JJ, the son, his buccal swab was also submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you get a court order search warrant? Was it voluntary for JJ? How did you go about doing his?
At the time of my response to, attempts to get a JJ.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to keep the stream going, but I'm going to get horizontal because my back's killing me. So I'll be in chat either via audio or via messages. So I'll still be here. You just won't be
So we
able
were talking about how you got search warrants and all that for Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass. The same type of procedure, correct, that you used for JJ.
I'll be around.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be watching.
All right. All of these interviews, the first interview on the 30th, the second interview on the 31st, the shorter interview on 9/1, and the interview for the search warrant of Shirley to get her buccal, you audio taped all of those, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about JJ, Jermaine Bass, the son. First of all, could you tell the jury what is the Mary Lee House?
The Mary Lee House is a facility used by law enforcement. In the capacity that we use it, it's used by law enforcement to conduct what's called forensic interviews. That's where a group of trained specialists interview children because children have, their interview procedures are much more delicate and different than an adult interview, or even a teenager interview. Small children are interviewed under a different set of circumstances with a different set of rules and by trained specialists in these types of investigations. So the Mary Lee House facilitates those interviews.
It's kid friendly. It's to make the child feel safe.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Now, is uniformed law enforcement ever present in the interview room when a child is being questioned?
We are not.
Okay. Now, you might be watching via closed caption on video.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you about the attempts that you made.
Judge, may we approach again?
Yes. Appointment was scheduled for September 7th of 2022 in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay. And who were you with?
I believe at the time I was with Detective Ratu.
The two. Okay. Now, in that situation on that day, you arrived early, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And Miss Bass at that point shows up and refused to allow the interview to take place, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And basically left Mary Lee House. Is that fair?
She ultimately did leave after a conversation with myself and the detective.
And in fact, since you were there early, you knew that she had arrived late, correct?
Yes.
Right. But in fact, she asserted she had been waiting an extended period of time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Right. All right. So the interview did not take place in the morning of September 7th of 22 that day, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on that same day, is it true, Corporal, that you didn't even lay eyes on JJ?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if she had even brought him that morning?
I'm unable to confirm that personally.
Okay. Now, so when she refused to do the interview, did you take steps then to try to conduct a second interview, or actually a second attempt at an interview later that day?
I did.
Okay. So we're on the same day, 9/7 of 22. And do you return to Mary Lee House now with Corporal Royal?
I did.
Okay. At that point, the interview did not take place either, did it?
It did not.
Okay. And it did not take place because JJ was uncooperative, correct?
That's correct.
He was hitting his mother.
Correct.
He was poorly behaved.
That's correct.
He was disruptive and refused to speak.
That's correct.
In addition, JJ was being disrespectful to the adults.
That's correct.
So no interview is able to be conducted that afternoon.
That's correct.
All right. Now, at some point, a third attempt at an interview is going to be scheduled for September 12th of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at this point, do you go on military leave?
I did.
All right. And who takes over for you on September 12th?
I believe Detective Brunel and or Detective Ratu.
And they both work with your agency, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And as lead detective, are you aware if the interview actually took place on that date?
It did not.
After that interview, the third attempt on September 12th, did the Sheriff's Department obtain an investigative subpoena and have it served on Shirley Bass?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jury what is an investigative subpoena.
An investigative subpoena is an order ultimately issued by the state attorney's office commanding a witness to be present for either an interview, typically for an interview to provide testimony in relation to a case.
Is it voluntary, in other words? Can a person just say, I'm not going to appear?
No, it's not.
Okay. What could happen if a person doesn't respond to an investigative subpoena?
Potentially they could face criminal sanctions.
Okay. All right. And as lead detective, you're aware that in fact was served on Miss Bass.
That's correct.
And it is served by, I believe, Detective Ratu and or Detective Brunel.
Correct.
Now, then, as lead detective, are you aware that the interview was finally completed on September 23rd of 22? And again, is Detective Ritu in your absence?
That's correct.
Okay. The interview was then able to be completed with JJ.
That's correct.
All right. So is it fair to say then, Corporal, that Shirley Bass was uncooperative with the attempts that were made by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to have her son interviewed?
May I explain?
Well, was she cooperative or not?
There were times where Shirley Bass was uncooperative, and then there were other times where I personally spoke with her where she appeared fully cooperative.
Oh, okay. So half and half. She's cooperative at times and she's uncooperative.
Correct.
Right. When it comes specifically to her trying to bring her son JJ into the Mary Lee house, however, you found her to specifically be uncooperative, did you not?
Not fully, because there was the occasion in the afternoon where she brought him in and was cooperative with us as we spoke with her.
Okay. You remember giving your deposition in this case?
I do.
All right. What's a deposition? Just tell the jury.
A deposition is where a witness in a matter pertaining to a court proceeding provides testimony to attorneys regarding the case.
Okay. And witnesses are under oath, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you in fact testify at that deposition that it is safe to say Shirley Bass was somewhat uncooperative when it came to attempts to interview her son?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And finally, before I leave discussing Mrs. Bass, I want to show you a transcript of the audio you did when you executed the search warrant on Shirley Bass. And it is just to refresh your memory if you discussed other things. Okay? That's all I'm going to ask. Input to witness judge?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you a copy of what has been transcribed as Shirley Bass search warrant execution. And this has been previously supplied to Mr. Terry. I don't want you to discuss the contents. Just look through it. And I'm going to ask you again if that refreshes your memory of when you took the buckle. Did you discuss other things with her? Okay. Have you had a chance to look at a copy of the transcript of the execution of the search warrant audio that you conducted?
I do.
And does that refresh your memory as to whether you had you asked Shirley questions and you spoke with her? You didn't just take the buckle, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and take that back. Thank you so much. Now you do have two contacts with Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes,
Do you remember? Okay. And basically, on those two occasions when you had contacts with him, he was cooperative with you and with your crime scene unit.
that's correct.
You had contact with him collecting his clothes, taking photographs on August 30th. Sound correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you went back to get his vehicle, like we've talked about everybody else's, on October 10th of 2022.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in this case, there's actually two separate 911 calls. Daquan Evans calls. Shirley gets on the line. At some point, for whatever reason, the call is dropped, and then there's a call back. Correct?
That's correct.
All right. And it is a true statement to say that you cannot fire 9mm ammo in a 380 automatic, semi-automatic.
As I understand from my experience with firearms, that is correct.
All right. Now, did you know anything as lead detective about the brown purse that was located in the children's closet?
No,
Were you aware, or are you aware as you sit here today, that there was 380 ammo in a box in a purse in the children's closet?
I was made aware shortly or during this trial that
Okay. You found out during the trial.
I found out during the trial.
2.5 years after this incident. Okay. All right. Now, you had indicated that Mr. Bass's blue iPhone had been collected at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you indicated you did looked at it and there was no significant or anything of evidentiary value for you to tell the jury about, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you did a Cellbrite download
I
or tried to?
don't conduct the downloads, but I believe at the time, Cellbrite was the application used to download the phone.
So that's what Cellbrite is. It's just kind of like you connect it to the phone and it'll shoot out all the data from the phone.
Yes, Cellbrite is a program that is, I believe, generates the report for reviewing the phones.
Okay. And that's pretty standard and routine that you will do that in cases where you'll have a phone, you get the search warrant, and you're able to attempt to do downloads of the phone.
Correct.
Photographs, you could get text messages, phone calls, social media, all of that.
That's correct.
And getting a search warrant for Mr. Bass's phone, that is also fairly routine as part of your job, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I wanted to ask you what you got in relation to that search warrant that you did for Mr. Bass's iPhone that was in the crime scene. You requested in your search warrant cell site lists. Do you remember that?
In the search warrant for the physical phone or the search warrant for the data?
The data.
Yes.
Okay. And in paragraph 7 of your search warrant, do you remember requesting timing advance records?
That's correct.
Do you know, as you sit here today, Corporal, what records you received in this case from T-Mobile pursuant to that search warrant?
I don't recall all of the records as I sit here right now. However, I do recall receiving call detail records and I believe data sessions, which are related internet connection, location information.
Do you know, and if you don't, it's fine, if you received anything above the call detail record?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you, in fact, ask Bethany Ross to do some work concerning Mr. Bass's call detail records?
I did.
Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about Mr. Bass's call detail records that we looked at here today. You had mentioned something about a phone call. It looks like it was 2234. Mr. Bass's phone makes an outgoing call to a number you believe to belong to his mother.
That's correct.
And was that call answered, do you know?
Based on the time, the duration of the call, it says completed successfully. However, based on the 5-second duration, like I stated previously, that is consistent with me to be with voicemail answered the call. The call was not answered by a person, that it went straight to voicemail.
Okay. In fact, the CDR lists 5 seconds.
That's correct.
All right. So, and as lead detective in this case, you're aware that the 911 call was at 2233.
That's correct.
Right. So the 911 call is being made at 2233, and a minute later, Mr. Bass attempts to call his mother, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Now, I want to talk about Shirley Bass and the attempts you made in order to get her phone. Now, as lead detective, are you in fact aware that
Again, Matt, can you approach?
yes. Okay, so you're aware that a Deputy Creasy, had entered the crime scene and retrieved Miss Bass's phone for her?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and you were never able, as you sit here today, to do any sort of download from Shirley's phone?
That's correct.
Now, you did get a CDR, a call detailed record for Shirley Bass,
That's correct.
right? And you do that via a subpoena,
That's correct.
right? Because you can get a call detailed record with a subpoena, but you need a search warrant to get into the physical phone.
That's
Is
correct.
that fair? Okay. Now, you, and who were you with when you spoke with Miss Bass at the hospital concerning taking her phone? Do you remember if you were with Detective Brunel or Detective Spencer?
I would have been, I believe, with detective number 2 on the first time and Detective Brunel on the second time of that day.
And when you say that second time, are these multiple attempts to try to ask her to give you the phone to download?
I believe it was all on the 31st. So the first time would have been when I spoke, when I attempted to speak with her, she wasn't there. I was interested in getting the phone then. And ultimately, I did ask her about the phone when I was present with Detective Brunel.
Okay. And in fact, you even offered with Detective Brunel, look, stay at the hospital. We'll take your phone.
Objection here, say Dutch.
Sustained.
You offered to take her phone, download it, and return it to her.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
You never got Shirley Bass's phone, correct?
That's correct.
You were never able to download it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit about China Gadsden. I understand that's Mrs. Bass's niece.
Yes, it is.
And you conducted an interview of her on October 23rd of 2023. Does that sound accurate?
That's correct.
All right. And prior to that date, in late 2023, there had never been anything relayed to you about a supposed meetup between Mr. Bass and his wife Shirley in China in their vehicle.
That's correct.
And in fact, there were times, I don't know if it's once or twice, you can tell me, that you tried to call China Gadsden to speak with her and she would hang up on you.
That's correct.
Right? You actually audioed that so we could hear it.
That's correct.
All right. The next topic I want to talk to you just a little bit about is some of the things that were done in this investigation. Did you ever request or are you aware of any gunshot residue testing done on Mr. Bass's hands?
No.
Did you request or are you aware of any gunshot residue testing done on Miss Bass?
No.
Either child, Jayla or JJ?
No.
Okay. And you do not attend the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And are you privy, were you the one to have any conversations with the medical examiner's office concerning the issue of potentially getting GSR done on Jayla's hands?
No.
Okay. And in your situation, when you work for the sheriff's department, you're the lead, or two is your assist, Holbelman is the crime scene detective, and you're going to have other detectives that are going to help you out and do things in the investigation.
That's correct.
You've mentioned some names. We mentioned Brunel, Detective Spencer. Those ladies and other detectives helped in this investigation.
That's correct.
Shannon Bader had looked at the Mandalorian comforter and had used an infrared light and a swabbing to see if there was any gunshot residue on that. So I wanted to ask you, what follow-up did you do concerning what she took off the blanket or what she photographed?
There was no, I wasn't aware, the Mandalorian blanket, the primary follow-up was done after, later in the investigation related to blood.
Right, it's done later. Okay. So as lead detective, are you aware that she used infrared light and looked to see if there was gunshot residue and actually swabbed it? Are you aware of that?
Not specifically.
Okay. So it's safe to say as lead detective, you are not aware as you sit here today of any results if Miss Bader had in fact swabbed that comforter for GSR.
That's correct.
All right. Let's talk to you just a little bit then about the video we looked at. You had mentioned, I want to make sure I have the times correctly. Did you say that the Mercedes leaves the apartment at 16:18? Was that right?
That was, so the 1618 time is what I documented in my report. That is ultimately going to be because of a miscommunication in the initial message I received from Detective, I believe her name is, it was Detective Wheaton at the time, who was with Detective Spencer in the video collection. And the initial report I received was that the time was 16:18, but that ended up being incorrect. It was a typo. It was approximately 18:10 or 18:11.
Okay, about 18:10. And I'm not counting the 1 minute Mr. Terry has fixed with you because there was like a minute behind. Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's then 6:10 p.m.
6:10 p.m.
Okay. And the Titan leaves 1904.
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to be about 704.
Correct.
Okay. So then you do admit to this jury that you documented throughout your report that it was 1618 that the Mercedes left and 1904 that the Titan left, being a difference of 3 hours.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you also admit to this jury that you, in fact, did testify to that in your deposition as well?
Potentially,
Okay. All right. And in fact, one other spot, do you admit to this jury that, in fact, that's what you put in the search warrant in this case?
Potentially, yes. So that's what would have been at the time, what I would have been relayed, that would have been relayed to me until I fully watched the video myself.
Okay. And I'm not asking what was relayed to you, but who did you speak to about that?
That would have been, I believe, again, Detective Spencer and Detective Wheaton, whose name is now Detective Miley, would have been working together at that time. I believe I actually spoke with now Detective Miley.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's Wheaton.
Correct.
Or West Wheaton. All right. Now, I didn't see any video from the Ion Crime from anywhere near the West Shore area. Did I miss something?
There was no video. There's no Ion Crime in the West Shore area.
Okay. Where is Ion Crime throughout the county?
I'm not sure of every location. It's strategically placed by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. There's definitely some up on Fletcher that we saw, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So all of the video that we looked at, that had to do with areas around Fletcher, correct?
Correct.
All right. How are you able to tell if you see a white truck pass by, like we saw, we're watching cars drive by heading to or from the interstate? How do you even tell that that is Mr. Bass's Titan?
You can definitively say which vehicle it is when there's a plate read. However, there's not always a plate read because not every plate that passes by a camera is captured for various reasons, and not every intersection or camera has license plate readers.
Okay. So there's no license plate reader in this case, or is there?
I'm not the license plate reader image. If it was the scan, it's not captured in this case.
Okay. All right. So in fact, the video we looked at, you cannot definitively say, Corporal, that that is Mr. Bass's white truck, correct?
May I explain?
Go ahead.
Based on the visible features, I believe it to be Mr. Bass's truck. Absent that, I cannot say the license plate of the vehicle, but that license plate was attached to that vehicle as it passes by the cameras.
Gotcha. What type of visible features would be unique on a white truck?
Well, in this case, it's the make and model, which is the Nissan Titan. It's approximate year range based on its grille design. For example, the Nissan Titan was released for multiple model years, a very long time span. There was design changes in its exterior. It's raised and it had black wheels, specific, the same features that were visible on Shirley Bass's vehicle.
Is that typical to all Nissan Titans?
Not every Nissan Titan would have those features.
Okay. Do you know the features of all Nissan Titans that are located within Hillsborough County?
I do not.
Okay. And when we looked at the video coming and going from the apartment complex, I didn't see people going in and out of cars. Did I miss something?
In both the vehicles, there is a figure that walks to the driver door of both vehicles that is visible in the video. However, their distinguishing features, who they are, is not visible in the video.
Okay. Okay. And I have a moment. Corporal, thank you so much. We don't have any further questions.
Morning again, Corporal.
Yeah.
So Corporal, you told the jury when it comes to regards to Shirley Bass, she was cooperative at times, correct?
That's right.
Okay. In fact, the day her child was murdered, she spoke with you for over an hour.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
On the day she was murdered, did you attempt to interview her then?
I did.
And did she speak with you then?
She did.
How long did she speak with you?
Approximately 1 hour.
And was it the day after, or how long after that you spoke with her the second time?
Approximately 1 day later.
Okay. And she spoke with you then?
Yes, she did.
And how long did she speak with you then?
Even longer. I believe it was approximately 2 hours.
Okay. Now, let's go to this attempt to interview JJ. Do you know the reasons why she did not want to have you interview JJ?
She specifically told
Well,
me.
without telling you, did she tell you?
She did tell me.
Okay. Now, let's set the stage for this. This was on September the 7th, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Her daughter had been killed on August the 30th, so approximately a week before.
That's right.
Do you know whether she'd even had the funeral at this time?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
I know she was planning a funeral.
Okay. Her son had just gotten out of the hospital. Did the son just get out of the hospital?
Correct. I believe 1 day prior.
And he had been severely injured.
That's right.
And this is his mom, who you are now asking to bring to this location with some strangers to talk.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
The phone in question, Ms. Bass's phone, she did not give you the phone. Did she give you the phone?
She did not.
Okay. There are ways you can get a search warrant, right, for a phone?
That's correct.
But you need, what do you need to get a search warrant for a phone?
To get a search warrant for a phone requires probable cause.
Did you have any probable cause to get a search warrant for her phone?
I did not believe I did, based on facts known to me at the time of the investigation.
And let's go back to the facts known to you at the time of the investigation. She asked, did you test for gunshot residue on the defendant's hand? Did you? You didn't do that.
Correct. I did not.
Did you know at the time that the defendant admitted he fired that gun?
I did.
Did you think that would add anything to the evidence?
I did not.
In fact, your understanding when you got there based on his statements was that he fired that gun.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Based on your understanding of what the defendant said, based on what the defendant said, what was your understanding of what happened there that day?
Objection and proper opinion.
Sustained.
Did what he tell you affect how you do your investigation? Did what you hear what he said happen affect how you conduct an investigation? Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena?
He is not.
Okay. Is he to remain at the courthouse?
He is.
All right. Thank you. We'll take a quick comfort break, I believe the jurors have asked. So we'll be in recess.
All rise.
All right, have a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more, another stipulation to read you again. I'll just remind you, a stipulation is an agreement between both parties that it is a fact you are to consider having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, in that the parties are not in dispute about this evidence. And in this case, the stipulation is as follows. Jermaine Bass, JJ, the son of the defendant, the victim named in counts 3 and 4 in the indictment in this cause, has been interviewed by both the defense and the state of Florida. Both sides agree that JJ has no memory of the events leading up to or occurring on the night of August 29th, 2022. Due to his lack of memory, the state and defense agree that he will not be called as a witness. And this stipulation or agreement is signed by Ms. Schlemmer, by Mr. Bass, and by Mr. Terry, the state attorney, and dated today's date. Any questions on that? All right. You can call your next witness.
Bethany Ross.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Bethany Ross, Bethanyross.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ross. Oh, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please turn to the jury and tell them where you work.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 10 years next month.
What do you do there?
I'm a criminal intelligence analyst in the criminal investigations division.
How long have you been a criminal intelligence analyst?
About 6.5 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a deputy for about 3.5 years.
Now, when you become a criminal intelligence analyst, what's required of you when you transfer from being a deputy to a criminal intelligence analyst?
Yeah, you're learning completely new technology, completely new applications. It's all about getting information that the detectives may need for their case, and then obviously in a prosecution of a case later as well.
Give us some examples so the jury can understand what kind of things you work on it during your experience as a criminal intelligence analyst.
So I help identify people in a case. I help give them vehicle information, stuff like that. And then I also map a lot of different things, such as cell records.
So when you're talking about mapping cell records, help us understand the process. What goes into mapping cell phone records?
We get provider information, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. They give us like an Excel document that has latitude and longitude of, say, like the cell phone tower that cell phone connected to. And from there, you can map that information.
Are you the one who generally requests these records from providers such as T-Mobile or Verizon?
No,
Who usually does that?
the detectives.
Now, once the detectives receive that information, what kind of information is usually inside of the packet that you get?
Yeah, there's got to be a date, a time, that phone number, the target phone number that they were looking for, who that phone number was talking to, if it was voice records. And then it would also be the tower information so that you can map that information.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence. I'll put it on the Elmo here if I can have some help. Thank you. This is what's been entered into evidence as States 29. Is this an example of some of those records that you would receive in order to do your job as a criminal intelligence analyst?
Yes,
Okay, and did you in fact receive the documents from T-Mobile in this case that are included in this States 29 involving the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass?
I did.
When you receive these documents, help us understand what is the first thing you do when you receive call records from, in this case, for instance, T-Mobile?
I make sure that it has the relevant time that we are looking for, that it is the correct phone number, and then that there is mappable information within those records.
How do you know whether or not there is mappable information in the records when you receive them?
It's filled out in the latitude and longitude columns. It's filled out in the E-node columns, everything that denotes that a tower is being used and that tower information is present.
Explain to the jury how you became involved in this investigation involving the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass Jr.
The lead detective, Detective Gabot, asked me to map a certain time period of these records.
Now, tell us the phone number associated with the records that you were asked to map. And if you need your memory refreshed by your report or your map, let me know and I can do that.
Yes, I would have to look at the records for that.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 21. Is this a map you created along with your experience and involvement in this investigation?
It is, yeah.
Can you read out to the jury the phone number that was used in order to map in this investigation?
That's 813-696-7195.
Do I have permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
To aid in your testimony, and then, before I do that, so you receive these T-Mobile records, you make sure that they have information that is mappable. What do you do after that?
From there, we use a program called CellHawk that actually takes that file and creates that map so that it's not like I'm hand drawing it. It can make that map.
You told us that you've been a criminal intelligence analyst for what, 6 years?
Yes.
During that process of becoming a criminal intelligence analyst, did you receive training in how to use this program that you described as being called CellHawk?
Yes.
What's the training involved? Just briefly describe it for us.
Yeah, they take you through every step of getting the records, looking at the records, and then mapping those records and how to interpret that information.
When you put the records into the program, does it map it for you?
It does.
Then what do you do after this program produces the map?
I take a screenshot of that in order to put it in a document with all of that original information that we got from T-Mobile so that we can see it together.
So when you initially become a criminal intelligence analyst and you learn how to use CellHawk, do you maintain any sort of continuing education on the changes that happens with updating technology?
I do. I have to keep up to date with that stuff because it changes constantly. So at least once a year, there's webinars and a lot of different information out there that I'll keep up with.
And do you maintain that continuing education for the CellHawk process?
I do.
Tell the jury approximately how many times during your career as a criminal intelligence analyst that you've used this mapping process with this program called CellHawk.
Hundreds of times.
So in this case, the investigation involving Jermaine Bass Jr., the defendant, you received his cell phone records from, who's the provider?
T-Mobile.
And tell the jury what you do next.
Once I have that screenshot, then I will put it together in a document to give to detectives and put in the case.
So I'm placing on the Elmo what's been entered into evidence as States 21. Is what we're looking at in States 21 an example of the mapping that you just discussed?
Yes.
So you use the information provided within the T-Mobile records, you put it in this program, and this is what it spits out.
The screenshot is exactly.
Okay, so I want to talk about the map. Let's orient the jury what we're looking for in the map, okay? On the bottom left-hand portion, I see West Shore. I'm pointing to it with my finger. In fact, there is a line right through the word West Shore. Is that West Shore Boulevard here in Tampa?
Yeah, West Shore Boulevard is in that area, and that West Shore is denoting that that's kind of the area, West Shore.
Right above that, we see another line and another, it's two lines together. It looks like almost kind of a pie chart situation right above Tampa International Airport. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Oh, sure. For the record, I'm zooming in so that we get a closer look at what I just pointed out to be the West Shore in the bottom left-hand corner area and what the witness has described as Tampa International Airport right before that. Right to the left of Tampa International Airport, we see symbols that look like it would be some sort of highway with a circle, a white circle that has numbers on it. What is that representing?
Yeah, that's showing 589, excuse me, and this is using actually like Google Maps information.
And then if we go up in the middle, we're seeing two half pie graph almost situations. To the right of that, we're seeing University Square. Tell us what area we're looking at now.
Yeah, the University area or the University Square area.
Right through that, we see yellow lines and a marker that is commonly known to be an interstate marker. Tell the jury what interstate marker that would be.
I-275.
Tell us about the text boxes that we see on the map. We're going to go one by one, but a general understanding of where does this information come from? Does the CellHawk program produce the map along with these text boxes?
No, the CellHawk program gave me that map. And from there, I go back to those records to copy paste this tower information, the date and time, and that incoming or outgoing call information, along with the duration into these little text boxes so that I can show exactly how that tower relates to the information that T-Mobile gave us.
Now, throughout the map, and again, we'll go one by one, we see what looks like lines that have like a half circle on them. I also see one that is a full circle. What do those symbolize? Just so the jury understands before we go one by one.
For that full circle, T-Mobile is not able to give us a direction. So we just have a 360 around the tower. For example, to the left of that, it's showing kind of southeast. And that means T-Mobile was able to give us a direction, which is southeast of that tower.
So what do these markers or the pie graphs or the circle, what does it indicate? You're saying it indicates a tower, but what about the tower?
That tower was in communication with that cell phone during that incoming or outgoing call.
So the purpose of the shape or the marker on the map shows us where the cell phone is at any given time?
It at least shows the direction from the tower that the cell phone was in.
Okay, so I want to start at the top text box. We see a full circle, which again indicates to you that the cell phone is bouncing off this tower,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
But it's not indicating to you a location in which it's heading. Is that safe to say?
exactly.
Now we see a line with, it's an arrow to the right of the circle. And we see a text box that I'm pointing to. It's the topmost portion on the right side text box. Explain to us what that means, that text box.
It starts with the E node B, the sector, and the azimuth, which is all going to be tower information. That azimuth is blank. I just have a dash there because we don't have a direction, and that's actually where that would come from. The location is followed by that, and that's literally the latitude and longitude of the tower. And then we have the date and the time, and it was an incoming call from this phone number, 361-217-7632, and the duration is 0 seconds. There was no duration.
So we have that at 6:04:03 p.m. Next in time, we see to the left, two lines intersecting, right encompassing the words University Mall. It encompasses the two first letters U and N. Explain to the jury, and if you need to stand up and point or come over here and point, Judge, does she have permission to do that?
Sure.
If you
Probably
can-
going to you is probably best.
Yes, ma'am. If you can please come around so that you can point to yourself on the Elmo.
Make sure you describe with words too.
So specifically, and I'm going to rearrange. We see a top text box on the top left corner. I'm pointing to it right now. From that text box, we see a red or orange arrow pointing to the pie graph encompassing the first two letters of the word University Mall. Now, I noticed that this graph we're looking at, the symbol is different than the circle. And if you don't mind, can you come around this way instead of right there to point so that we're just not blocking the jurors? Can you point to the University Mall one and explain to the jury the difference between the circle we just saw and information that it provides to you. And this pie graph that we're looking at, that's kind of like a semicircle with two lines. What's the difference?
So in the original one, the circle right in the middle of that is going to be where that tower is, where that line is inside that circle. Instead, on this one, it's where these two lines meet. The tower is actually going to be right there. And we get that southeast direction because it's kind of facing southeast.
The semicircle that we see shaded in connecting those two lines. What does the semicircle symbolize to you?
This is just a display. It's half a mile out from the tower. That does not mean that the cell phone was half a mile out from the tower. It's a traditional kind of display for this type of information.
And let's talk about the text box that's associated. We pointed out before the top most left one. We see it says the E node B, the sector, and explain to us, the one before didn't have an azimuth. What is an azimuth?
Yeah, this azimuth is 120, and that's a degree out of 360 of a circle. So that 120 gives us the southeast. That's what the azimuth is.
So the 120 or the numbers next to the word azimuth indicate to you a directionality
Exactly.
of the cell phone itself or of the tower.
That's the direction the cell phone was in from the tower.
So the cell phone in relation to the tower, you can tell to a certain degree.
Yes.
Okay, so in this one, we see 120. Now we see the location, which you indicated before is latitude and longitude. Is that correct?
Exactly.
We see the date 8/29/2022 at 7:15:21 p.m. Tell us what the outgoing call number is.
That's 813-516-3376.
Now, outgoing call, does that mean the number listed above, 813-696-7195, is the one who dialed out?
Exactly.
And if we see a label later on, incoming call, does that mean that the number listed below the words incoming call placed the call and dialed to 813-696-7195?
Exactly.
Okay, so the next in time, we see 7:16:04 p.m. For the record, I am pointing out a text box that is the second from the top on the top left side. We see an arrow coming from that, pointing to two lines that intersect with a semicircle. It is right below, encompassing the bottom portion of the N on North Tampa. I see that to be to the left of Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, tell us what information you were able to receive and what that line and semicircle means to you based on this information.
So exactly like before, those two lines intersect, and that's where that tower is. But what's different this time is it's facing northeast. In addition, we've got this incoming call from 813-516-3376, and it was a duration of 65 seconds.
So this number, 813-516-3376, placed a call that was answered by 813-696-7195. And we previously identified that the 696-7195 belongs to defendant. So let's talk about the next call in time. We see, let me get it on the map correctly. 8:37 p.m. We see it's the third text box on the left side, touching the left portion of the map. We see arrow coming below, and we see two lines with a semicircle right above the word Tampa International Airport. Tell us what information you were able to gather during your investigation about this specific time, August 29th, 2022 at 8:37:56 p.m.
There's actually another one that's at 8:20, which was just before it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so 8:20, here we go. 8:20 and 43 seconds. We see this one almost looks like a straight line with more of a semicircle than we've seen before, right below the words West Shore, with an arrow coming out the bottom corner of a text box. If you're looking at the graph, it would be second from the bottom text box to the left. We see at 8:29:22 at 8:20:43 p.m. Tell us what that symbol is, because it looks a little different than the other ones that we've seen so far.
I had to divide this one into the left sector and the right sector because that tower is used multiple times, but with different sectors. So this one in particular, 8:20, is the left sector, this one right here.
Okay.
And that's going to be an incoming call from the 727-315-3379 number. And the duration.
It's 3329.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you are backwards, so it's okay. Yes.
And that duration is 0 seconds on that one.
Okay, so what does the 0 seconds indicate to you?
It most likely was not answered. It didn't complete.
Okay, so that's 8:20 and 43 seconds. Then we have 8:37 and 56 seconds. This is the one that we were talking about before, where there is a symbols above Tampa International Airport. Tell us what you know from your investigation of this specific symbol at 8:29 on August 29th of 2022 at 8:37:56 p.m.
So this one is facing practically north, and it's an incoming call from 727. Let me not mess this up. 315-3329, and that duration is 0.
Let me just, sorry. Let me make sure this isn't a crash position. So then we see a text box on the right, it's the right bottom quarter. And we see at 8:29:22 at 10 o'clock with 30 seconds PM. Tell us what information that you were able to gather during your investigation about this specific area.
So we are now on the right side of this tower that we talked about before, that's just in this West Shore area. And this is an outgoing call to 727-315-3329, and it was a duration of 15 seconds.
Right below that, included in the same text box, we see 8:29:22 at 10 PM and 54 seconds. Tell us what you were able to learn about that specific hit off the cell tower.
Yep, same. It's the same right sector here, and it's going to be the outgoing call to 727-315-3329 for 5 seconds.
Let's move below the bottommost portion. We have, there we go, it's centered now. A text box on the bottom. And we see at 8:29:2022, 10:01 PM and 43 seconds, an outgoing call to 727-315-3329 with a duration of 43 seconds. Show the jury where that cell tower pinged.
So the tower is right here where these two lines intersect, and we're a little bit farther south from the other tower that we've been talking about, still in the West Shore area, and it's facing basically north or northeast.
Now we're going to, we're looking at the top quadrant. We've already discussed the topmost portion of the text box. And we see that the circle that we have has an arrow next to it in the text box we already talked about from 6:04 PM. But below that, it looks like there's 2 other phone calls. So I want to discuss 8:29:2022 at 10:19 PM and 37 seconds. Tell us what you learned during your investigation.
So it is this one with the full circle here, and it is an incoming call from 727-315-3329.
Below that, oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay. Below that, we see it's within the same text box, August 29/2022. We see at 10:34 PM and 58 seconds. Tell the jury what you found out during your investigation.
That one is an outgoing call, and it is to 813-516-3379, and that duration is 5 seconds.
And that information indicates to you that this phone number belonging to the defendant called out at 10:34 PM and 58 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Judge? I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Do you want this?
Cross.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, so you are not here today testifying as an expert in cell phone mapping, correct?
I don't know if they've listed me as an expert, or I don't know.
All right. Have you ever been in court before and you are declared an expert? Are you aware of anything like that?
There was one time during a federal trial, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So basically, let me get the gist of what you do. You receive a CDR, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you received a CDR of Jermaine Bass, our client.
Yes.
Right. You took that CDR, you plug it into CellHawk, which is the program.
Yes.
Right. And in your own words, CellHawk spits out the data, right?
It creates the map, yes.
Creates the map, right? And you said something about a screenshot. So CellHawk creates the map. Is it going to create exactly what we're looking at besides your additional boxes?
Exactly.
Okay. You take a screenshot of it, and then you're going to go what, back to the CDR, the same CDR you used, and make your little boxes?
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. What else do you do?
That's after that, I need to put it all together in this document. And this is a header that we typically use on all of these documents. So I add that header, and I'll
like
add my signature and the date.
Okay. Like prepared by
Exactly.
CIA Ross and then up here HCO case. Okay. What do you do to validate what CellHawk has told you?
So what's good is with latitude and longitude, you're able to throw that into Google Earth, Google Map, whatever, and that is able to show the exact pinpoint that CellHawk has made where that tower is. That's how you can verify those records.
Okay. So is that your testimony that that's how you're verifying the CDR?
Yes.
Okay. But that again is going to come, the latitude and longitude, from that CDR.
From T-Mobile, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of where a tower is located, did you do any verification of what CellHawk spit out by doing a drive test?
No, that's not typical for us.
Were you ever requested to do a drive test?
No.
All right. This CDR that you were given it by Detective Gabot, correct?
Yes.
All right. He gave you a specific date and a specific time.
Yes.
All right. You did not receive CDRs from any other individuals, correct?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, for example, when we see a 0 duration in the map you made, you agree with me that T-Mobile doesn't really give you, in very plain, simple English, if a specific call with a 0, if it was answered or not, correct?
Exactly. You have to, yeah, you don't know.
You don't know. Okay. And in fact, isn't it true that there could actually be other calls as well that are not mapped? Cellhawk doesn't map them because, for example, there are some reasons it just didn't connect. That call didn't connect to the tower. It was iPhone to iPhone, or there could be signal issues. So there might be other calls, and for some of those reasons, they won't get spit out by Cellhawk.
Yes, they can't be mapped because that mapping information just doesn't exist.
Right. Okay. Now, did you use a cell site list to verify your data?
Yes.
Okay. Which cell site list did you use?
So T-Mobile has uploaded to the CAST team on Leap. It's a government website that the FBI uses. They have cell phone towers uploaded into there on a regular basis, and that's the one that we use within Cellhawk.
Okay. Did you use it specifically in this case?
I did.
Okay. Which version or what was the date or approximate date of the cell site list from T-Mobile did you use?
October of 2022.
All right. Were you aware that in August of 2022, T-Mobile and Sprint merged?
I don't know the exact date, but I know that they merged.
Okay.
Yes.
And you used October. Is there another one also in December of 2022?
There should be, yes.
Okay. Now, when you're on Cellhawk, you get a little box that even pops up and tells you, you better use that cell site list because that's the best practice, right?
Exactly.
All right. It's your testimony you did that in this case.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you and just clarify a little bit about this azimuth. So let's look at the one from 715. For example, we have it as upper left-hand corner of your map, 715.21, pointing over to that very first, what do you call that? With the lines in the shaded circle.
Right.
What do you call that?
This is like a sector.
Sector. Okay. And so that's that first sector, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now, what is the azimuth for that sector?
That one's 120.
What does that mean?
It's 120 degrees of that 360 degree of a full circle. So they choose 120 to be that southeast portion.
Southeast portion. All right. So you're not telling us that that phone is in that shaded portion, correct?
Exactly. That is not the case.
Right. What's the radius? Can you tell us what the radius would be of where that phone may be?
No, these towers, this information does not have like a radius and a distance from the tower, just the direction.
Right. So in fact, all you can tell us is what you have plotted, that that cell phone is in that direction from that tower.
Exactly.
Okay. It doesn't mean it's in that shaded area at the time.
Right. Exactly.
It just means it's in the direction from the tower. So in this case, we would have, I think you said, is it southeast or for that first one at 715?
Southeast.
Southeast. Okay. So we don't know how far. It's not in the shaded area, but somewhere that phone is in that direction, southeast, from that area.
Exactly.
Okay. Simple as that, right?
Yes.
Right. So you're not telling this jury you can place an exact location of the phone.
I cannot.
Okay. You cannot give us a location if it's at a restaurant or sitting on the interstate. You can't give us any of that, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you cannot, with the records you received in this case, give us any idea how close to the tower itself that phone may be.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever receive timing advance records in this case?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Are those a little bit more accurate?
So they may have that distance from the tower that we talked about before.
Gotcha. Are you aware that when Detective Gabot did his search warrant in this case, and he just talked about it, that he requested timing advance records?
I don't know.
You use timing advance records pretty commonly in this,
Yes, when we do get them.
and you're going to get better information.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. So in this specific case, the only thing you had was the CDR data, not any sort of more accurate timing advance records.
As far as I remember, yeah.
Besides the CDR itself, and we have it in evidence here, what else do you recall actually receiving from T-Mobile, if anything?
It comes with possibly data information. It depends on how they package it and give it to us. But I use just the voice records on this one.
All right. We're not talking about data, use of data.
No.
Okay. All right. Looking at my notes to see if I have any other questions for you. May I have a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. counsel has reminded me. Please just tell the jury what a drive test is.
The drive test is you use a device, this sort of like box that goes with you in the car when you physically drive by a cell phone tower. And that's how you can also confirm these azimuths and these latitudes and longitudes and stuff of the tower.
And you cannot testify to the accuracy of these actual CDR records you received. You're just relying on that data.
I rely on the data that T-Mobile provided, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. I don't have any other questions.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes,
She's not, but she can leave.
She is not, but she can leave the courthouse?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, we will go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. It's 5 till 12. I will see you back here at 1:15. Same admonitions you always get, and enjoy your lunch.
All rise.
can keep making changes. Okay, so on page 2, the lessers of first degree murder or second degree murder, manslaughter.
Well, yes, on the first page, the middle, this is the only page where I saw it, the middle name is ANDA. The heading and then the first sentence.
LAVANDA.
Yes, and you have it correct in the rest of it, it was just that one.
LAVANDA. I cut and pasted it, so it should be wrong the whole time. I guess not. Okay. I'll check for that and then throughout just to make sure. Thank
It's
you.
on the bottom too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a search and replace.
Okay.
All right.
Judge, the only thing I have on that is when it comes to felony murder, there's a third degree felony murder.
On page 2.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I'm getting there. So lesser crimes included in the definition of first degree murder are second degree murder and manslaughter.
And third degree felony murder.
For the first degree murder, there's a third degree murder.
Yes.
All right.
Third degree felony murder.
All right. Lesser crime for ag child abuse is ag battery and third degree felony murder.
No, it's just third degree battery.
Okay. That's what you were trying to explain to me that I didn't comprehend.
Yeah.
Got it now. Thank you. Lesser crimes and attempted first or attempted second, attempted manslaughter. There's no attempted third though, right?
No.
Right. Okay. So page 2, intro to homicide is all standard.
You just have to add the third degree felony murder to that.
Oh, yeah.
On the second paragraph and the third.
Okay. Page 3, 7.2, first degree premeditated murder. Are you asking for heat of passion? I don't.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't know what evidence it has, but I think you passion judge.
I just think based on the timing of the events and the fact that it's going to be a circumstantial case as to what happened in there, I think that that should be given.
Well, his own statement says it's an accident. That's the only evidence I have right now.
I agree, Judge. That's the state's position as well.
Well, the state in their opening talked about some kind of, issues going on in the Bass household, as well as what China Gadsden said in the drive home. They made a point of how quickly this happened from the time that Shirley's car arrived and my client's car arrived. So I think based on the timing of the events, that they're going to say it happened quickly from the time that she got home, which could be inferred by that evidence that this is something that just happened.
Right. Is Miss Bass going to testify?
No.
Is Mr. Bass going to testify?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm putting a big question mark by that because I don't know that I have any evidence. I mean, there has to be something in the record. Sudden event, suspended the exercise of judgment, lost normal self-control, no time to cool off. I mean, there's just no evidence that anything like that happened.
I agree, Judge. The state is not requesting this instruction. It's in fact asking it.
Well, you had China Gadsden testifying, if you believe her version of events, that the truck is driving erratically, pulls over on an entrance, has some kind of confrontation, and then shortly after that is when all these events go down. And I would assume that the state in their closing are going to talk about the short time frame from the time that Shirley gets home and the kids are shot.
But all that shows is aggression on his part. It doesn't show any sort of sudden event that's suspending any judgment. It doesn't show anything that would make someone lose self-control. There's nothing in there that would show heat of passion.
That's up to
Because
the
he's
jury
angry
to
and being
decide.
aggressive does not qualify as heat of passion. If that's the case, then in every single murder, if someone kills someone, usually it's they're done in anger. But if this is for when there's been some sudden provocation that would cause someone to lose control. There's no sudden provocation, or at least there's been no evidence of that. It has to be something done to them, not something they do themselves.
All right, I'll come back to that. Felony murder in the first degree, 7.7. As to the two elements, you had and or there, but I think it's just or. Because you don't have to prove both things, you only have to prove one, right? Am I misreading that?
Well, unless, I mean, it could just be or, but it also could be and, like for both of them. But yeah, if you want to just do or, that's fine. I just don't want them to think that they have to choose one or the other. But I see what you're saying. And that's fine, Doug, if you want to take out the and, I'm going to say no objection.
Yeah, I think to be safe, it just needs an or.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of criticism about when we use and or in jury instructions. Y'all agree?
That's fine, no objection.
What the standard says is give to A and or to B as applicable, but
Right.
it doesn't necessarily say that it's and or in the middle of it.
Right.
So that's fine.
Okay. Then page 5, murder in the second degree. Again, you're asking for a heat of passion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then the state's objecting.
All right. And then should come third degree murder. Right?
Third degree felony murder, yes, Judge.
Yes.
And I sent you an instruction.
All right. I'll cut and paste there. Then manslaughter on page 6 and 7. Are you asking for culpable negligence?
I would ask that it be included, yes, because I think an argument could be made that if the jury for some reason believes that maybe it was the boy who did it, that by leaving the gun in a location where the boy would have access to, it could be considered culpable negligence.
All right. And for count 2 and 4, count 2 and 3, ag child abuse. I'm just gonna say Jayla Bass in count 2 and Jermaine Bass in count 3. And aggravated battery is a lesser on page 8. Yeah, I'm gonna say in count 2 and in count 3. Then intro to attempted homicide for count 4. All that's standard. Page 9, attempted first degree premeditated murder. Attempted second. Attempted manslaughter.
You on page 11, Judge?
Pardon?
You on page 11?
Yeah. I'm looking back to see if the heat of passion would apply to attempted first, then it would.
I don't think you can have heat of passion too for an attempted.
I don't think so. I was just thinking that either.
Yeah, it doesn't have it in the standard.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so on page 11, attempted manslaughter. Then the 775-1 enhancement, 3.3A, first, second, manslaughter. Attempted first, attempted second, attempted manslaughter. And no enhancement on counts 2 and 3. Correct? Yep, it's not alleged in the charging document. Count 3 only, and 4 and 2 only have 775-0872. So that's the actual possession. So what about third degree felony murder? That gets any murder. So that gets attempted first degree murder, second degree murder, third degree murder, or attempted third degree murder gets a 775.01 enhancement. And then it also gets a actual possession enhancement, right? Because it's any degree of murder. It says murder upon a human being, so that would include third. Attempted second, attempted third. And ag child abuse, but not ag battery. We determined that. Correct?
Correct.
Everyone?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so I'm taking out ag battery. All right. Defendant statements 3.9B. Voluntariness of them on page 15.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. And weighing the evidence on 13, I assume you want inconsistent statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Money, preferred treatment, or other benefit,
Yes.
pressure or threat,
Yes.
conviction of a felony or misdemeanor,
No.
general reputation,
No.
expert, yes, accomplice, no, child, no. 14, no.
I don't believe so.
All right. Not testifying, yes. And then legally interlocking counts. Did you send me something else now?
I said something over lunch, Judge.
Okay, I haven't read that yet, so I'll keep working on that. Did you happen to look at what he sent over lunch?
Yes.
Any thoughts?
No, it looks similar to what he sent last night. He only just added an additional paragraph for third-degree felony murder.
Right. And how about the verdict forms?
James? You started, when I did these, I did not add felony murder in third degree.
Murder and the felony murder. So that would be felony murder, third degree. Manslaughter.
Count 4, it should say attempted murder in the first degree murder.
Yep. Attempted. And on count 4, they don't have to choose between felony and premeditated, do they? Like we did in count 1?
I don't know, I've never done that before.
I haven't either. That's why I was wondering.
Do I have attempted felony murder again?
Do you have?
Did I include attempted felony?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be for.
Oh. I don't think you do have attempted felony murder.
Yeah, it shouldn't be,
Yeah, I don't think I added attempted felony murder.
right, it's just attempted first degree premeditated.
So that's the only thing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So then no, those questions aren't necessary. All right. Because it's viewed as a felony applicable to count 1.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let me make these changes then. And we're ready. Your witness ready?
Yes, sir.
Still no Shirley Bass?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All rise.
Jennifer Michelon.
All right, have a seat. How was your lunch break? Great. All right. The weather's nice out there, huh? I wouldn't know. I didn't make it out, but I'll take your word. All right, the state can call your next witness.
The state calls Jennifer Michelon.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Jennifer Michelon, Jennifer, Michelon, Michelon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell the jury, where do you work?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in the Firearms section of the Forensic Service Bureau.
How long have you worked with HCSO in the firearms section?
I've worked there for 2 years.
What's your title?
I'm a Forensic Laboratory Firearms Analyst.
I'm writing that down so I don't get it wrong. Forensic Laboratory Firearms Analyst. What does a forensic laboratory firearms analyst do?
My main duties are to determine whether or not ammunition components, such as a fired bullet or a fired cartridge case, were fired in the same firearm or from a specific firearm, firearm function and safety testing, serial number restoration, and database entry.
Before you started at HCSO, did you work elsewhere also with firearms?
Yes, I did.
Where did you work?
I worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the firearms section of the Tampa Crime Lab.
What was your title when you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? We also call it FDLE in the firearms department.
My title when I left was Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst.
What did you do at Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a senior crime laboratory analyst?
I did the same thing that I'm doing at Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
So let's go back to your education and your background in firearms. Tell the jury what your training and your education background is in firearms.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of South Florida, and I completed an 18-month structured training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the field of firearms identification.
What year did you start working at FDLE?
I began working at FDLE in 2006.
When you started working with FDLE in 2006, did you receive specialized training in order to become a crime laboratory analyst?
When I began with FDLE in 2006, I was in a different section. I started in firearms in 2009.
So in 2009 at FDLE, explain to us what training that you underwent in order to be working in the firearms section at FDLE.
The 18-month structured training program that I went through included units in firearms function and safety testing, which included assembly and disassembly of firearms in order to know how they work. I did units in microscopy of bullets, microscopy of cartridge cases, firearms history and development, ammunition history and development. I did units in serial number restoration, distance determination, and I also completed then I completed an oral board, which was essentially 3.5 hours of question after question, making sure I understood everything in the firearms section. During that time, I also completed I had to do competency tests and also had to do practicals in order to be able to complete my training. After I completed all of that, I did 6 months of supervised casework, which was then culminated with a mock trial of testimony, and then I was released to do supervised casework. I'm not supervised, my own casework.
Do you have to have an official certification in order to be completely done with all of this training to do your own casework?
I received just a completion of the training program from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
When you worked at FDLE in the forensic or the firearms department, approximately how many times did you have an occasion to analyze a firearm?
I did not count how many times I had an opportunity to analyze a firearm, but at this point it's in the thousands.
When you started at HCSO, approximately how many times since you've joined HCSO have you had an occasion to analyze a firearm?
Hundreds.
Have you testified in court as a firearms expert before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
More than 60.
Your Honor, at this time I tender the witness as an expert in the area of firearms to.
Any questions?
No question.
All right, you can proceed.
Help us understand. We have, during the course of this trial, heard terms such as projectile and casing. Are those things that you analyze in your capacity as a forensic lab firearms analyst at HCSO?
Yes.
Let's start with a projectile. Walk us through what is a projectile.
A projectile is the portion, it is also called a bullet, That is the part of a cartridge that will go down the barrel of a firearm when it is fired.
What about a casing? What is a casing?
A cartridge case is the Tupperware container of the cartridge itself. It will hold the bullet at the top. The cartridge case holds inside of it the gunpowder. And at the very head stamp or the bottom of the cartridge case, you will see the primer. On the head stamp of that cartridge case is usually the brand and the caliber.
So a projectile, is that word synonymous with or the same as a bullet in layman's terms?
Yes.
You refer to the cartridge casing. We've heard the term casing. Are those two words or terms synonymous, the same thing?
Yes, I call it a cartridge case. I will hear the word casing.
Now, when you are analyzing a firearm, what is the purpose of analyzing a firearm?
When I'm looking at a firearm, I'm looking at it to see that all of the safeties are working, that there's no damage to the firearm. I want to make sure it's safe for me to fire when the time comes. Then the next step would be to test fire that firearm and obtain those test fires in order to look at those test fires to do any comparisons to any evidence of cartridge cases or bullets that I might receive.
When you receive a firearm and you are requested to test the firearm, when you're doing these test fires, is that the process of making sure the firearm is functional?
Yes.
During your inspection of the safeties that you described, is that also a part of your analysis of whether or not a firearm is actually functional?
Yes.
When you analyze a firearm to see if the safeties are working or whether or not it's functional, do you ever receive projectiles or cartridge casings as well?
Yes.
What are you an expert at doing when you have a projectile, casings, and a firearm as a forensic lab firearms analyst?
I am tasked to determine whether or not those bullets or cartridge cases were fired in or from that firearm.
I want to talk about that process in detail. When you are tasked with analyzing whether or not a cartridge casing came from a specific firearm, walk us through the process. How is that done?
Once I've test fired the firearm, I'm going to bring those test fires back, and I'm going to then look at the class characteristics that are on those cartridge cases. I'm going to document them on the firearm worksheet, and then I'm going to take out each of the evidence cartridge cases that I receive, and I'm going to document each one of those. I'm going to look to see what the class characteristics are on that particular cartridge case. So a class characteristic is something that's predetermined by the manufacturer, and it could be typical of other guns, not just that particular gun. An example would be the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, that's the hole that the firing pin sticks out of, and what type of marks I see on that cartridge case. In order for me to do that, I use a comparison microscope, which allows me to see two things at the same time at the same magnification. Now, if those class characteristics on the cartridge cases are the same class characteristics that I see on the firearm, I can then begin another part of the examination, which is called looking for the individual characteristics or the pattern of individual characteristics. The pattern of individual characteristics is unique to that firearm, and it's caused by the manufacturing process itself. And it also can come from the use, abuse, erosion, corrosion of the firearm. So when I'm looking, I want to see if those individual characteristics that I see on the cartridge case are the same individual characteristics that are on the test fire or the other cartridge cases that I've received.
That was a lot of information. Let's go back. Class characteristics. When you are test firing a firearm and, for instance, looking at the casing that comes out during the test fire, help us understand, how do those class characteristics get there?
So when the firearm is fired, the cartridge case, the first thing that's going to happen is the firing pin is going to strike that primer. And it's going to leave an impression of the shape of that firing pin on the primer of the cartridge case.
If I can stop you right there, I apologize. You've used the term firing pin and primer. What are those and where are they located within a firearm?
The firing pin is located inside the slide, in the center of the slide, back portion of it in the firearm. It's the portion that will be released forward when you are ready to fire the firearm. And a primer is that circle that you see on the back of a cartridge case, and that is where the spark comes from on a cartridge.
Okay, so the firing pin and the primer, you were explaining the process of how those class characteristics get on the actual casing that is expelled. Please continue, I'm sorry.
So the firing pin will make an impression onto that primer, which will then cause an explosion. The light that, or I'm sorry, the spark that comes from the primer will ignite the gunpowder that's inside the cartridge, which in turn will make the bullet go down the barrel, but it will also force that cartridge case back against the back portion of the slide, and it will also leave marks in the on the back or the primer of that cartridge case. At that point, then the cartridge case gets expelled from the firearm.
Now, what about individual characteristics? You said the individual characteristics that are left on a cartridge casing differ. They're not the same.
From firearm to firearm.
Okay, so let's talk about a projectile, for instance. What happens to a projectile as it's going through to be ejected or fired from a firearm?
When the cartridge is ignited and the bullet goes down the barrel, the bullet will travel down the barrel and it will get class characteristics from inside the barrel, which are the rifling inside the barrel, which are those spiral grooves that you see within the interior of the barrel. Those will be imparted onto the bullet. That's a class characteristic. Multiple firearms may have the same class characteristics. At that same time, it's also getting individual characteristics imparted onto it.
Those impressions are class characteristics and individual characteristics. Is that what allows you to analyze a test fire to a projectile that's already been fired to see whether or not they match?
Yes.
Before you kind of started to describe using a microscope to compare the two, the test fire that happens in a controlled environment and the one that's actually expelled. Help us understand how you do that.
The first thing I do is I want to make sure each of those items has individual characteristics. I can't continue my examination if it does not have any individual characteristics. If it does have individual characteristics, I can compare the item of evidence to a test fire or to other items of evidence.
In this case, tell the jury, so what happens next?
If I see repeating patterns of individual characteristics on the item, then I can make identifications.
And again, you're looking at these class characteristics and individual characteristics on a test fire and a projectile provided to you under a microscope, correct?
Correct.
Now, tell us about the test firing process. When you receive a firearm and you're requested to test fire it, where do you do that?
I test fire it into the section water tank.
What does the water tank look like?
The water tank is essentially a big steel box that has a port on one end, and you'll fire the firearm into that port.
Is it just like a big open area that you aim at and fire in, or is it a defined area?
There is a small port at the front of the tank. The tank is filled with water. I aim the firearm into that port, and then the bullets will be collected from the water.
How many times do you think in your career as a firearms analyst have you done this process of firing a firearm into this water tank with this port at the front?
I haven't counted, but I would assume at this point in the thousands.
When you're test firing firearms, are they all of the same type or are they different types?
As far as the cartridge?
No, of the firearms that you're asked to fire.
I have test fired many different firearms.
Have you test fired a Glock 43 as the same as the one that was involved in this case and provided to you?
43 or 42?
42.
Yes, I have.
And for reference, I'll show you what's been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 16. I'm going to place it in front of you. Were you provided State's Exhibit, was it 16? 16 to testify.
May I check the box? Yes, I was.
How do you know?
I could see the case number, the exhibit number, and my initials in my handwriting on the firearm and the magazine.
Each firearm that you receive for testing, does it get an individual case number associated with it that you just explained is representative on this firearm?
It gets an individual property item number or exhibit number, and it will have a case number, and then I will write those things on the firearm or the date and my initials on them. In this case, I wrote all of that myself.
When you receive a firearm, I heard you talk about some of your training includes the assembly and disassembly of the firearm when deciding whether or not a firearm is operable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case? Is that a part of your evaluation when you receive a firearm, is assembling and disassembling? Wait, disassembling and then assembling the firearm?
I test fired the firearm first, and then I did remove the slide to check the safeties.
Okay, so how many occasions have you had in your career to fire a Glock 42 specifically?
I don't have a specific number. I've fired many Glocks, though.
Do you think over 100 times in your career is safe to say approximately?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about your understanding and your education or background in the brand of Glock. What do you know about the brand of Glock?
I did take a Glock armorer's course when I began my training at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and I'm very aware of how the Glock operates.
Tell us how the Glock operates. And I guess while you're explaining that, can you specify how it operates and how it may be different than other brands?
Do you want me to start of how to is essentially fire the Glock?
Sure.
In order to test fire or to fire a Glock, the first thing you need to do is to load ammunition into the magazine. That's the container that holds the cartridges so that you can fire one right after the other. The next thing you're going to need to do is take that top portion of the firearm and you're going to have to pull the slide back and release it. I'm sorry, after you've inserted the magazine into the mag well. Then you're going to take that slide back and release it. The first cartridge in that magazine will now be inserted into the chamber of the firearm, and the firearm is ready to fire. When you released that slide at the top of the firearm, at that same time, the firing pin has been slightly cocked in the firearm. That means it's been pulled back ever so slightly. Now the firearm is ready to fire. When I pull the trigger, I have to depress the trigger itself, and there's also a trigger safety on this particular firearm. I have to depress the trigger safety and the trigger at the same time in order for that firearm to fire. When I pull that trigger, the firearm will fire, the bullet will go down the barrel, the slide will move back, and the cartridge case will be extracted and ejected from the firearm. At the same time, the slide will now start moving back forward. It will take the next cartridge out of the magazine and it will load it into the chamber. And it will have now repeated the process that happened again.
On the Glock brand specifically, help us understand the safety precautions that are present on Glock firearms.
The Glock has the trigger safety, which is located on the trigger. It's in the center. It kind of protrudes a little bit from the trigger itself. It's right down the middle. You have to depress it in order for the trigger to be pulled back. The Glock also has a firing pin block safety, which in order for that firing pin block to get out of the way of the firing pin, you have to pull the trigger. And again, in order to pull the trigger, you have to depress the trigger safety. This firearm also has what is known as a drop safety. All that particular thing is doing is it's holding back that firing pin, and then it will pull it back a little bit more and then drop out of the way. And the firearm will not fire unless that has dropped out of the way.
So for instance, with this firing pin block safety, does that help prevent things like accidental shootings?
The firing pin block safety will not allow the firing pin to go forward unless the trigger has been pulled.
The trigger safety you've described as a small object on the middle of the trigger. If the trigger safety is depressed, but not the entire trigger behind it, will a Glock 42 fire?
If just the safety has been depressed, no, it will not fire. You have to finish pulling the trigger.
Help us understand the difference of the terms semi-automatic firearm and automatic firearm, excuse me.
A semi-automatic firearm requires a pull of the trigger for every shot that is fired. A fully automatic firearm, all you have to do is depress the trigger, and as long as there is ammunition in the magazine and you're still depressing that trigger, it will continue to fire.
The Glock 42 that we see in Space 16 that's sitting on the ledge in front of you, is that a semi-automatic firearm or is that an automatic firearm?
It's a semi-automatic firearm.
Does that mean in order for the firearm to be fired multiple times, you would have to both depress the trigger safety and the trigger in its entirety multiple times in order to fire it?
Correct.
Asked in another way, does it require you to completely pull and then release it before pulling it again to continue firing it?
You will pull, and then you have to release pressure. It doesn't mean your finger's still not there. It may be putting a little pressure, but it does have to be fully extended again in order for you to pull again.
If a Glock 42 with these safety features, which you've described on the Glock 42 in front of you, were to, for instance, be dropped, would it be able to go off?
With the firing pin block safety, it would not go off.
I want to talk about the process of test firing again. You described to us the water tank that you fire into. Using your hands, can you raise your hands up and show the jury exactly how big is that, I forget what you called it. Oh, the port that you fire into.
It's approximately 6 inches wide.
Approximately 6 inches wide. And is that standard for you? You've done that in every case where you fired firearms into this water tank?
Not every firearm will get fired into the water tank, but most do.
Okay, so when you test fired this firearm into a water tank that had a 6-inch wide port, how many hands did it require you to use on the firearm to point and aim it correctly in the hole?
I used two.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
I used 2 hands.
Why did you use 2 hands?
I want to make sure I'm holding the firearm firmly so it will cycle properly.
We sometimes hear in conjunction with firearms terms such as recoil. What is recoil?
Recoil is the amount of force that's going to come back at you after you have test fired a firearm or fired a firearm. It causes a little bit of force into your hand.
A Glock 42, or I guess maybe even the Glock brand in general, what is the recoil based on your training and your experience firing Glocks? What is the recoil like in firearms?
Depends on the firearm. For Glock, I do have some recoil when I'm firing the firearm. It's not the same as other firearms.
Does the recoil depend on the caliber and type of firearm?
It can.
So when you're holding a firearm and you're firing, for instance, into your water tank or you're trying to aim, how do you combat the recoil that you would experience of the firearm after it, or as it's firing, excuse me?
I am using two hands when I test fire. And then I just wait in between shots to make sure I can aim and make sure I am aimed properly into the port.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided shell casings and projectiles in order to do a comparison after you test fired the firearm?
Yes.
Tell us about that process.
I received bullets and cartridge cases in this case, and I obtained them from the evidence section, and then I brought them back in order to compare them to my test fires of this firearm.
How many test fires did you have when you test fired this firearm?
I test fired this firearm twice.
How many do you use of the? How many of the test fires do you use when you're placing it on the microscope and you're looking at it in comparison to the ones that you're provided from the scene?
I used one bullet, one cartridge case.
Is that standard?
You could use multiple test fires if needed, or multiple bullets or cartridge cases. It depends on the scenario.
Did you need to do that in this case?
In this particular case, I did not.
Why?
They were well marked.
Okay, so you test fire it, you have a test casing and a test projectile. How many projectiles did you receive either from the scene or from the deceased?
I received 3 fired bullets and 1 fired bullet core.
Did you compare those bullets to your test fire?
I compared the fired bullets to each other and to the test fire.
What's the purpose of comparing the fired bullets to each other?
I had originally, when I was going through to see the individual characteristics, I noticed that they all had the same individual characteristics, and I could see marks that looked similar on each of them as I put each one up individually, and then I put them up together to just index them or mark them to see those patterns were the same at that point.
After you compared the test fires to each other, did you choose one and compare it to each projectile or bullet that you were provided in this case?
In this particular case, I compared the bullets to each other first, and I took one of them and I compared it to a test fire.
Why do you compare the bullets provided to you from the scene or the deceased to each other first?
In this particular case, there was no reason why I did that over looking at them to the test fire. It's just I had seen the pattern when I was looking at them individually, so I marked them at the time.
What is your expert opinion about the projectiles that you were provided associated with this case that you received from either the scene or the deceased?
I identified them to the firearm.
Are you talking the firearm in front of you, State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Does that mean that the projectiles that you were provided and used during your analysis came from State's Exhibit 16, the Glock 42 that's in front of you?
Yes.
What about the cartridge casings? Were you provided cartridge casings and asked to compare them in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I took those cartridge cases, I looked at them each individually and made sure they had individual characteristics. And then I compared them. In this particular instance, I compared each cartridge case to a test fire.
When you compared each cartridge case that was found at the scene of this event to the test fire, tell the jury what your results were.
I determined that they were identified to the firearm here in front of me.
Does that mean that those cartridge casings were expelled from the firearm that's sitting in front of you?
Yes.
Judge, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. I will take just one moment to return.
Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you were involved in doing some analysis in this case, and then later on, you were asked to do some additional analysis more recently.
That is correct.
And that was based on the retirement of one of the FDLE examiners that was involved in the case, Mr. Kwong.
That's what I'm assuming, yes.
Okay. But you had originally done some test fires in the case and did an examination of the firearm.
That is correct.
So then later, when you were asked to continue to review the case or review the rest of the evidence, you were able to use those original test fires that you used in this case.
That is correct.
And you were able to identify those casings to each other and to the firearm in this case.
In this particular case, I ID'd each cartridge case back to a test fire.
Okay. And that test fire was from this firearm that you were shown a minute ago.
Yes.
When you looked at the ammunition, there was two types of ammunition, right, from the casings?
Correct.
And what were the types of ammunition?
There were two types, Hornady and Norma.
Okay. And both of those are obviously 380.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Reeder was asking you about the safety features on the Glock, on the firearm in this case, and you said that there's the trigger and the trigger safety, and then there's the firing pin block safety, correct?
There's the trigger safety, the firing pin block safety, and the drop safety.
Okay. And all of those, as you pull back the trigger, will go along and allow you to fire the gun.
That is correct.
It's not something that you have to do separately. It all kind of goes together as you pull the trigger.
Correct. As you're depressing the trigger along with that trigger safety and you pull the trigger all the way back, it will not release, but disengage the firing pin block safety, allowing that firing pin to flow through the channel.
Adults could fire this firearm, correct?
I would assume so.
Okay. And children could fire this type of firearm.
I can't determine whether or not anybody particularly could fire a firearm, but is it possible? Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you're able to test for trigger pull. Is that correct?
I do have a way of measuring trigger pull, yes.
But in this case, you did not do that.
No.
And that would tell you the force needed to pull the trigger with this particular firearm.
That is correct.
When you did do the test fires, you didn't find anything unique about this firearm versus any other kind of Glock that you've used before.
The trigger pull didn't seem any different than any other Glock that I've fired.
And typically you've stated that the trigger pull for a firearm is about like opening a can of soda.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Okay.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena. All right, free to go. She's released, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
Judge, we have a stipulation that we'd ask the court to read.
All right. All right, so the parties have stipulated to an additional fact. The state of Florida and the defendant Jermaine Bass stipulate to the following. The person who died on the 29th day of August, 2022, has been identified as Jayla Bass, the individual named in counts 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause. We're hereby certify the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith for the reasons alleged here and dated the 26th day of February 2025, signed by Mr. Terry, Ms. Schlemmer, and the defendant, Mr. Bass. And it's commonly called the stipulation as to identity, and that the parties are not contesting the identity of the individual that died and the autopsy was performed upon in this case. Go. All right,
Your Honor, this time the state rests.
the state rests. All right, we will take a recess at this time.
All rise.
Judge, at this point, the defense, we renew all previous motions and objections, specifically our motion to suppress Mr. Bass's statements that were made to law enforcement prior to being read Miranda. We'll move for a judgment of acquittal as to the entire indictment and specifically draw the court's attention to the issue of premeditation and the premeditated murder. I provided the court in the state 2 cases, Bertram, Burttram v. State, and that's found at 780 Southern 2nd, 224. That's a 2nd District of Appeal case. And Tillman, Tillman v. State, and that is at 842 Southern 2nd, 922. Both talk about the standard related to premeditation. While premeditation may be proven by circumstantial evidence, the evidence relied upon by the state must be inconsistent with every other reasonable inference. Where the state's proof fails to exclude a reasonable hypothesis that the homicide occurred other than by premeditated design, a verdict of first-degree murder cannot be sustained. Related to the events in this case, there's been really no testimony put forward as to any kind of marital discord or any issues between Mr. Bass and either of his children prior to August 29th, 2022. The only evidence, frankly, about what happened at that scene comes from crime scene, the ballistics, DNA, and the brief statement made by my client to law enforcement saying that he was cleaning the gun and the gun went off. There are some additional statements from Shirley Bass on the 911 call, also talking briefly about the gun being cleaned, and at one point even saying that her son was supposed to be awake and he was running. There's been no testimony as to any kind of issues going on that would cause Mr. Bass to injure or kill or attempt to kill his children in this case. There's been no testimony as to when he became armed. There's no eyewitness testimony from any other witnesses about what happened inside of that room. We're just relying on those 2 brief statements. The evidence in the case also shows that not only was my client's DNA on the firearm, but his son's DNA was on the trigger and grip as well. And based on all of those issues, as well as the testimony that's been put forward, we would move for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts.
Mr. Terry?
Your Honor, both these cases are very distinguishable from our situation at hand. We had Bertram's case it's a one shot, but I think both of these are just one shots. Here we have 5 shots directed at the victims, at least 4 we know of for sure, into the victim's head. 3 of them into Jayla Bass's head were all centrally located to the head. It's clear evidence of premeditation, the number of shots, the location of the shots, the fact that these children were helpless and defenseless laying in their bed. And the defendant admitted to being the person who shot and gave an excuse as to it being an accident. However, I believe the state has put forth evidence that this could not occur as an accident. And the defendant acknowledging that we do not have to prove motive in this case. And I think just the manner of the shots and the defendant's obvious lie is basis enough to argue premeditation.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. All right, what says the defense as to witnesses? Pardon?
May I have a moment?
Of course.
Discussing that.
Yep. I understand there's very limited evidence, but the state can argue there's no evidence of that. Just one less thing to worry about. And I'm just formatting it to make sure that there's no titles at the end of a page without some words after it, but. I've added third-degree felony murder as a lesser of count one. And then make sure you look at the verdict form.
I don't know if it matters to you, but the heading for 7.2 is not centered.
I know, but I can't, I don't know what. It's Mr. Terry's fault. Something that he gave me won't turn off the,
I had the same problem, Judge, with a couple of things.
I don't know how to unturn off his margins when I put it in mine, so I'm just leaving it looking like I don't know how to format a document. I obviously do not.
Judge, there's on 7.2.
Hang on one second. Let me get there. Yeah,
We're missing those two paragraphs under the act.
The definition of what premeditation is.
oh, I put it at the front, that's why.
That is in-
I put it in the definition page
Okay. Okay.
Got it.
because it occurred like 3 times, so
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome. So they get it at the beginning, and then when I say it, they can refer back.
verdict form.
Okay.
Aggravated child abuse, there's just a D missing under paragraph B. The defendant is guilty of aggravated battery.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Judge.
Do you want a clean copy of the instructions to use for closing or anything?
Ladies and gentlemen, when the jury comes back in, we're proceeding to have the judges, these jury instructions. I think for about 30 minutes, while you read the jury instructions, don't be in and out. You can use the restroom or now, or you want to sit outside.
Okay, and I'm gonna send this to you. Can you make me one yellow copy and two white copies? And then all the witnesses that were kept on standby have been released.
Yes, Your Honor.
You had a couple that were still on standby or that we didn't release. You just make sure they're released. In case anyone wanted to come back into the courtroom or not.
I got your email, but I didn't get your attachment.
Okay, let me, it should be coming any second.
Oh, okay.
Usually takes a second. I don't know why.
I got the email to make the copies, but
You got an email on
I have the email that you sent, but there was no.
attachment? Then I just resent it with an attachment because I
You
forgot.
just resent, oh,
Yep.
okay. I haven't got it yet.
How long do you think you'll take in closings?
I'm sorry.
How long do you think you'll take in closings? Just speculative.
I mean, Judge, she says 45 minutes, and I might have 30 to 45 in mind. So.
All right.
And that's all not higher than that.
Are you still printing? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, just for them. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. There's 11. You can put them on the back row.
Do all those things. Long walks. Over to James, you start lining them up. Instructions in the home.
Huh?
Instructions in the home.
No, I'm gonna send them out. I'll ask them. Anticipating you're about to arrest.
Yes, we'll renew our prior motion for judgment of acquittal and all of our prior objections and motions. Same argument.
All right, same rulings.
And the rest on the record. We have a second while you're still making copies?
Yeah,
Second
we're
on the record?
Andrew's printing it, I think. But the two white, oh, that's for them.
As I discussed with Mr. Terry an issue, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a specific reason that Ms. Bass was not going to testify.
That what?
That
Oh.
Ms. Bass was not going to testify, like she changed her story.
Right.
Prep, like a Brady or Giglio issue. I have discussed with Mr. Terry. I do believe he's making a strategic decision. He has advised me there weren't any different statements. But I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear for that.
All right.
What we discussed.
Sure.
And by not different statements, not different per
Correct.
a couple of varieties of statements, but
Right.
something
And
new from what we've already
she's
heard.
here and you're certainly welcome to talk to her if that would affect your ability about whether or not you wanted to call her too. So,
Thank you, Judge.
can I do that? Yes.
What-
13. I just give them to him as they walk in.